No, I'm not that one. Wax off. Good morning and welcome to Central Sparks versus Northern Diamonds here at a resplendent looking new road in Worcester in the bank holiday sunshine. Where else would you want to be on your Saturday morning? And if you couldn't be here, luckily you've got us to keep you company. So we've got a mouth-watering matchup today in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 overs aside tournament. Sparks' first home game of the season. And they're looking for their first win too after losing to the Blaze by 59 runs last week. For the Northern Diamonds, who are the defending champions, they continued in the same vein with a pretty convincing 105-run win over Western Storm last week. And this weather is glorious. The Cathedral looks fantastic over to my left. And the teams have been rocking a delightful display of sunglasses while they've been warming up. But enough about the weather. Let's get down to business. So Central Sparks have won the toss and are going to have a bowl. And this is how they line up. Sparks bowling first. Jones, Brewer, Freeborn, Perrin, Campbell, Katie George, Arlott, Wong, Davis, Potts and Baker unchanged. Northern Diamonds also unchanged. Armitage, Winfield Hill, Callis, Turner, Heath, Tryon, Glenn, Scott, Marlowe, Levick and Woolston. And I'm joined today by Polly Starkey and Samara Afzal. I must have to say, I am Georgia Heath. I forgot to mention that one. So Polly, what do you make of these teams?
Obviously unchanged, which I think is quite a good decision. Interesting to see with Spark, Izzy Wong has dropped down the order. She opened in last week's game, but she's now dropped down to number 8, which I think is quite a good decision. She was quite slow at the top of the order last week, so having her coming in towards the end, and we've seen her whack across the ball, so that would be good to see at the end of the game.
And we've got Stair Callis at the top alongside Lauren Winfield Hill, who's just bending down, touching the floor. And I'm quite impressed because I'm definitely not that flexible.
But they're professional athletes, so they probably should be able to do it.
And it's Emily Arlott opening the bowling. And it's defended by Lauren Winfield Hill, who is facing first as the bells of the Cathedral reverberate around New Road.
It's always a pleasure to watch Emily Arlott bowl. She's excellent last season, picked up 15 wickets, and was also excellent in the 100. I believe she's the leading wicket taker for Birmingham Phoenix, so she's a very economical bowler, and very tall as well, so great for pace bowling.
And she comes off that long run-up. Full again and defended into the offside, no run. So still yet to get off the mark. The Diamonds, after 2 balls, still 0 for 0. Exciting today. So we're umpires today are a married couple. So Naeem Ashraf and his wife Jasmine Naeem are overseeing proceedings today.
You mentioned this to me before, and I had no idea, but that is very cool.
It's what they call couple goals. In comes Arlott. And there's an appeal. They thought they found the edge of Lauren Winfield Hill, which just flown past her. But the Sparks, they're up and about early here.
It's quite loud in the field, certainly a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah, they lost to the newly formed Blaze last week, dressed in their Nottingham Forest kit. Is what it looked like, we decided, across social media. And that's chipped away up into the leg side. Fielder coming in. She can't get there. And that is the first runs off the bat. And they're off the mark with a 6 over mid-wicket.
That is a way to open your innings. Someone to appeal, absolutely whacked it, and it went all the way for 6.
Well, the fielder at mid-wicket thought she was in the game very briefly. But it's the short boundary out there towards the sight screen. And Lauren Winfield Hill, once she got anything on that, really, with the pace of Emily Arlott, it had 6 written all over it. I like the valiant leap into the air, though. And Arlott in again, and that's defended by Lauren Winfield Hill. No run. 6 without loss.
Very interesting over so far. Couple of dot balls and then someone into the sand and have a dot ball again after that.
Well, that's one day cricket for you, isn't it? And that's Lauren Winfield Hill for you at the moment. She's been in fantastic form in domestic cricket. She continued that last week. We saw her out at the Fairbreak tournament as well. In comes Arlott, and it's full and defended up to mid-on. No run. And the fielder cleans up, and Winfield Hill rehearses the shot. So at the end of the first over, 6 without loss. The Northern Diamonds. Well, yeah, very interesting over, like you were saying. But Lauren Winfield Hill, she's just been in scintillating form, hasn't she, recently?
Yeah, she's been excellent. She was player of the tournament for the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy last year. An excellent display at Lords on that final day. And her form's been so consistent. She always shows up for the Northern Diamonds. And has been a real asset to this team. And since she hasn't got England call-ups, has been so consistent in her regional side, which is always great to see.
And so it will be Grace Potts to take the new ball from the other end. Picked up 3 for 46 from her 10 overs last week. Central Sparks, where they struggled in the fields, they gave away 27 extras. And you just can't be giving away that many freebies in these kind of tournaments. And when you've got someone like Winfield Hill, who we know can rack up the runs of her own. And in comes Potts. And she pitches it up full, and it's played nicely past the diving fielder by Stair Callis, and it looks like it was going to race to the boundary, but they come back for 2 through the covers. That was a lovely looking shot from Callis to get off the mark.
Yeah, lovely clean shot. It was a little bit, I think the outfield might be a bit slow. Didn't quite make it to the boundary.
And the bells ring out for Callis.
That is what I love about Worcester. You get the sound of the sunshine in the background and the sun shining. It is just picturesque, classic cricket.
In comes Potts. And played and miss by Callis, who rehearses that. She's got some pace out there today, Potts.
Yeah, Potts has been a bit of a breakout star of last season. She picked up her first professional contract this year. But I think she was excellent for Sparks last year, especially bowling kind of in tandem with Emily Arlott. I really like to see that partnership develop.
She comes in, curly ponytail, bouncing. And it's defended again by Callis. Bit of bounce. No run. 8 without loss. The Diamonds. Well, it's a dangerous looking opening pair when they can get going. Stair Callis, she struggled for form a little bit as of late, but her partner at the other end, well, we've been singing her praises all morning, Lauren Winfield Hill. Arlott. Potts sets off into her delivery stride and turns around again. At the top of her mark, she sets off. And that's full and left. Wide delivery, not signalled wide, but wide outside the off stump. Left by Callis, no run. Yeah, she's at the top of her mark, in she comes. And again, full and driven into the covers by Callis. No run again. This has been really tidy from Potts to start things off, conceding just 2 from this over so far. And there is a slip in for Callis. Potts is in. It's shorter and again left outside the off stump. Tidy over from Grace Potts. Just 2 coming from it at the end of 2. Diamonds 8 for none.
Yeah, excellent over for Potts. Her line was excellent and just kind of tempted Callis, but yeah, nothing came of it.
I'm really enjoying the Saturday cathedral bells. I always thought bells were a Sunday thing. The ambiance, fantastic word. The ambiance. I can't say it in a normal voice. That's you. Half a French A level. That's half more than I'll ever have. So Emily Arlott to take her second. She comes steaming in, right arm over, and it's full again and played off the hip into the leg side by Lauren Winfield Hill. They don't take a run. She rehearses that shot. So I saw Lauren Winfield Hill quite a bit out at Fairbreak, and Courtney was out there too. And got chatting to Courtney Winfield Hill, obviously rugby league legend, and I was wearing a lacrosse t-shirt. And I think I've convinced her that when she really stops playing rugby, lacrosse is the one. But for now, it's cricket for Lauren Winfield Hill, and she defends that down to third as the fielder comes in, and they scamper through for one. Oh, she was, yeah. So pick up a third sport. Yeah, there are some of those. Ash Barty is another one that springs to mind, talking of the WBBL. As Arlott comes in again, right arm over. And it's defended by Callis. Fielded by Katie George, who obviously joined the Sparks this year. She's swapped the green of Storm for the skittle arms of Sparks.
Yeah, she was excellent last week. Top score for them, and I thought her bowling was great. Obviously, came back from numerous amounts of injuries, so she's really settling into the team now.
Arlott's in. It's full and left outside the off stump by Callis. I always think that with a leave, you so often see them then rehearse a shot after, but you left it. I think if she can see out the new ball, she'll feel that confidence. As Arlott's in, she bowls. And Callis flirts with it outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. No run, just one off this over so far. Diamonds 9 without loss. Arlott's in. She bowls it shorter and kept down by Callis. Played to cover. And it's the end of the over. So at the end of 3, the Diamonds are 9 without loss. Well, the only runs that came off Arlott's first over were that 6 off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill, and it is a very short boundary out that way. So the only blemish, really. And it will be Grace Potts to take her second. A few in the crowd today decided on their bank holiday weekend we're going to go and watch the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. And you know what? I don't blame them. As Potts comes storming in, she bowls, it's full, and it just beats the edge of Lauren Winfield Hill and through to the wicket keeper.
Really close again, and just building that pressure. And Abby Freeball's excellent behind the stump, so she'll catch anything that comes through. Very big opportunity to start.
And I really like that they've got that slip in. We're just evading these edges at the moment, but as soon as it finds it, the slip will be in play as Potts is in. And that's driven to cover by Winfield Hill, no run. She struggled as well with the bat. Amy Campbell picked up 15 last week as Potts is in. She bowls and it's shorter and she flirts with that one. Looks to try and cut it away, but it was too wide for that. For Lauren Winfield Hill.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Amy Campbell struggled a bit with form, but she is the sort of person you really want in a team. She brings that energy, she's great in the field, and she does add a lot to the team, even if that's not what it's about.
Potts is in. She bowls, driven to cover again by Winfield Hill, just struggling to pierce the ring fielders at the moment. She moves on to 7 from 12. I say moves on. She's on 7 from 12. Callis just 2 from the 10 that she's faced. Potts at the top of her run. Comes bounding in. And defends the shot. The little foot pick up. A bit of a flamingo foot. You think that sometimes you see these batters and they can have this real flair and they play all these shots, but they also look so stylish when they do it. I just want to play the shot nicely, go for 4. It doesn't matter what I look like while I do it. As Potts is in again. And that's cut away by Winfield Hill to backward point. And she looks to come back for the second, but Callis sends her back. Quite rightly so, and they pick up 1. Score moves on to 10. And that is the end of the 3rd over. Diamonds 10 without loss.
Yeah, slightly spoiled with the running 56. I'm going to be particularly about Sparks. That's one thing that I noticed in last week's game against Blaze. There were quite a few balls that went over the keeper's head. So I think maybe tightening that up will help them. Because if you're a good fielding side, then that gives you a massive advantage. It just puts pressure on the other team. And it makes you look like this complete unit.
We talk about the development of the women's game. I'll come back to this in just a minute as Arlott continues with her 3rd, and she's in, and it's full, and it's dug out by Winfield Hill to cover again. No run, so it's still 10 without loss. The Diamonds. Yeah, we talked about the development of the women's game so often, and that fielding is something that is undeniably increased at a staggering rate. You see some of the catches. Katie George is one that springs to mind pretty quickly. Also, it's full again from Arlott, and that's driven through the covers by Winfield Hill, and it will race away to the boundary for 4, and that's broken the shackles on some tight bowling and moves the Diamonds up to 14. Well, it's the first 4 of the innings. We've had a 6 and a 4. Surprisingly, the 6 was in that first over as Arlott comes in, right arm over. Full again, driven up in the air, along the ground, through copy and paste of the shot before from Lauren Winfield Hill.
Identical shots, absolutely perfectly timed, and got herself another boundary. I think the thing that's really dangerous here is Sparks have bowled so well, but as soon as you let Lauren Winfield Hill do that, she will just race away with the game.
Yeah, well, that brings the score up to 18, and Winfield Hill 16 from 17. They were almost identical. I don't know how I saw her up in the air. I had a moment and thought it had gone up, but lovely drive along the ground. It's one of those ones that you could just hold the pose at the end as Arlott's in. She bowls full again, but picks out Katie George at cover. No run. Score remains at 18.
and it's so good to see the more coaching that goes into the women's setup, so the more you can just improve.
And Arlott in off that long run and full again, edged and picked up at deep backward square by Grace Potts.
I feel like he's excellent in the start time as well. I think just giving the Perrin. I think her age helps a little bit, but she's so dynamic in the field, and she will just chase after balls and she'll put full commitment into it, which is excellent to see.
Arlott's in. She bowls and is defended by Callis, who's still on 2 from the 11 that she's faced. The score 19 for none at the end of the 5th. So just a few discussions going on out in the middle. How do you feel the opening 5 has gone, Polly?
I think it's gone quite well for Diamonds. They'll be disappointed to have had so many drop balls, but I think the way Lauren Winfield is playing now, getting a couple of boundaries, that would have really kind of improved the confidence of the Diamonds. Sparks should still be happy with how they've done though, because they have managed to use so many drop balls.
Potts is in and that's defended by Winfield Hill. No run. Yeah, Grace Potts has been fantastic find over the last few years. Never an easy feat when you're bowling at someone with the calibre and class of Lauren Winfield Hill and the experience as Potts is in right arm over. And she bowls and it's chipped up into the covers between the two fielders. And a fantastic bit of fielding. And they scamper back for 2.
Yeah, it's never easy when you're bowling to a World Cup winner. Lauren Winfield Hill is excellent, and as we mentioned before, her form from last season was outstanding, and she's brought that right into this season. Last week's performance was excellent, and she's shown us that she can.
Potts is in and that's full and straight and defended by Winfield Hill, picked up by Katie George, who has a little clean of the ball. I find it interesting, so they've got the black kit but the white boots.
Yeah, it is quite an interesting look.
As Potts kicks up those white boots, and that's lovely shot from Lauren Winfield Hill into the covers again. She knows that short boundary is out there and it races away for 4, and she's just accelerating into her innings and moves the score onto 25 without loss.
Really, really well timed again. Sparks will be desperate for the power play to end, and they'll want some fielders out on the boundary to stop Lauren Winfield absolutely demolishing them.
She takes guard. You just hear her tapping her bat as Potts is in, and that's fuller and straighter and defended by Winfield Hill. The call of no run very quickly there.
You mentioned kit. Northern Diamonds had an interesting announcement yesterday with a new kit in the T20s, and it was lots of children holding it with the same t-shirt, and it was excellent to see it displayed everywhere.
Yeah, it's nice as well. And they sort of had an announcement, Yorkshire, the men's and women's, alongside, just sort of living by that one club ethos, which Yorkshire is so good at doing. Yorkshire, the Vikings, the Diamonds. I'll bring you back to the Vikings in a minute. I have a story about the Viking mascot for you, as Grace Potts is into Lauren Winfield Hill, who works that off her feet to Katie George at mid-wicket, no run. So that's the end of the 6th over. Diamonds 25 without loss. Yeah, so have you ever come close to the Yorkshire Viking?
I don't think I have.
It's
actually.
honestly like something out of a horror film. You see him doing the mascot race, you think, oh, and he's got that face, and it's terrifying. Then you know that there's a normal person inside there, and you have to really think, but it's just sort of an enlarged man with these ridiculous muscles, and it's quite... I actually used to try and avoid him at grounds because I just found it really quite disturbing to be near. So Arlott to continue. Still got the slip in play. Fielder out at mid-wicket on that short boundary. And Callis works off her hip. Down to fine leg, no run.
Of course, it's important to remember that Northern Diamonds don't only represent Yorkshire, they represent Northumberland and Durham, as Lizzie Scott, who's born and bred to Northumberland, will be very quick to remind you. Excellent bowler for Northern Diamonds, so hopefully see her in action later.
Arlott turns at the top of her run. The reverberating bells as she bowls, and it's a bit of pace on that. Callis can't get a bat on it, and it's picked up by Abby Freeborn, and it's actually signalled a wide. Just couldn't quite gauge that from my position, but wide down the leg side. Well, the bells are back, and Arlott is back. Right arm over the wicket. Defended up to mid-off by Callis. No run. Score still 26 for none.
It's been quite a tough start, Callis. It feels like she's been a little bit stuck and kind of needs that breakthrough shot and to, properly get off and get her innings going.
So 3 out on the offside. We've got a slip in play. 4 out, I apologise. And that's full, and Callis looks to drive, and the ball finds itself lodged between her 2 feet. And she actually flicks it back to the bowler. Yes, we've just got Grace Potts in front of us. I've just got a little screen in the way. I couldn't see her. Down at third. Young Davina Perrin fielding at point. Katie George at cover, ready to take those catches we know she can take. As Arlott's in, and it's full and driven past a diving Katie George at cover by Callis, and Perrin cleans up, and they come back for 2. Score moves on to 28 without loss.
Some difficult fielding for Sparks to do. Northern Diamonds, it feels like they're finding their rhythm a little bit more. The Sparks are happy to don't take the game away.
As Arlott's off that long run, she's in, she bowls, and it's defended into cover by Callis. You feel that she's got the talent, she's got the skill, Callis. She just needs to almost have one of those gritty innings when you just dig out a really ugly half century to get yourself back into that confidence and then discover her rhythm again.
Yeah, I think confidence is the key in this situation. And if she can kind of bring her strike rate up a little bit, I think that'd be really, really helpful.
Arlott's in, and it's full to Callis, who drives back up to mid-off.
He's playing some really nice shots for just finding the fielder, which is the unfortunate thing for Callis.
Well, that concludes 7 overs. Diamonds 28 without loss. Lauren Winfield Hill going along nicely, 23 from 25, and Callis it there, but determined 4 from 17. Just the one extra so far. And we talk about how tight this bowling has been. I mentioned that Sparks bowled 27 extras last week. So this is a really good change around from the home side.
Yeah,
Grace Potts to continue, right arm over to Winfield Hill, who drives back to cover. No run. She rehearses the shot. Score stays at 28 for none as I hear the cathedral chime 11 o'clock. I think it's probably quite tiring, but I don't think it's a person that does the clock though, if we think about that. So as Potts is in, and that's defended by Winfield Hill, again picking up that foot at the end of the shot. And there's no run, still 28 for none. Yeah, definitely mechanical, the chimes. But the bell ringing, it's been busy bell ringing today.
I mean, they must be busy, it's getting towards the summer, plenty of weddings and things that they need to ring bells for.
As Potts is in, she bowls straight, defended again by Winfield Hill. Really tight bowling from Grace Potts. She's in, she bowls, and it's up in the air, back over the bowler's head, and it has plugged off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill, and actually they've just got one off that. She looked like she'd really got a hold of that, but a bit of a wet outfield, and it went back over mid-on and just stuck in the ground.
Yeah, there's a bit of laughter from the players as it just kind of hit the ground and stayed there. From the initial shot, I thought it would go all the way to the boundary, but yeah, seeing some damage in the outfield. It was raining yesterday, did a bit of dew around as well. So it did just stick. Unfortunately, we got the one line from it.
Potts is in. And Winfield Hill looks to cut away into the covers, but she's beaten, and it's taken cleanly by Abby Freeborn. Maybe just done for pace a bit there. Potts is in, and it's full and defended back up to Brewer at mid-off. And there's no run. So at the end of the 8th over, Diamonds 29 without loss. So not quite the blistering start we sometimes see the Diamonds get off to, but remember Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, for those of you just tuning in for the first time, is the 50 over format started in 2020 following the pandemic, the regional restructure. And we are going to have a change in bowler. It will be Izzy Wong.
Very excited to see Izzy Wong bowling. Didn't have the best game last week, but she's come off an excellent time in the Women's Premier League. Won that with the Mumbai Indians and took the only hat-trick in the tournament. So she's in very good form.
We forget she's only 20. She's in, she bowls, and it's full and played into Katie George at extra cover, and there's no run. Lauren Winfield Hill with those red boots rehearses the shot. Yeah, Izzy Wong, we've talked about her for so long now. She's only 20.
Yeah, it feels like she's been around for a while, but as you say, she's only so young. Made all her England debuts last summer, and has just gone from strength to strength, playing in franchise tournaments all over the world. But then also when she comes back to Sparks, is a massive asset to the team, and she's a really excellent player.
Comes off that long run up, and it's full and driven up to mid-off.
She's quite versatile as well. I mentioned that she's been moved down the order, certainly last season, and they tested it has that kind of T20 batting sort of style. But then again, of course, in her main role, she's a bowler and she executes that most of the time very, very well.
She turns at the top of her mark, comes bounding in, and that's full. It's chipped up in the air over extra cover from Lauren Winfield Hill, and it races to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Lauren just took her opportunity and sent it to the boundary. Nothing the fielders couldn't do much about it.
Well, Lauren Winfield Hill is really hitting her stride here. That had the pace of Izzy Wong. All she had to do was get something on it and work it over the fielder and continue her charge as Izzy Wong is in. She bowls it full and it's dug out, and that will race to the boundary for back-to-back boundaries just past deep backward square. Deep backward point, apologies.
That's perhaps Izzy Wong's strength and weakness is her pace, because she can really frighten batters with how fast she can bowl, but at the same time, if they just get a little bit of butt in it, it will go absolutely flying to boundary, which is what has happened.
Just accelerating this run rate somewhat, and Grace Potts moves into position slightly closer to where that ball raced down just in front of us, the boundary, on the boundary rope. As Wong is in, she bowls, and that's driven up to extra cover for no run. She's in and she bowls, and it's signalled wide. Almost tempted Lauren Winfield Hill to cut it, that one. But it's just too wide for her and she's left it. It's just the second extra of the innings. Well, as the sun comes out in front of us, a few clouds over the cathedral to her left as the pacer Izzy Wong comes in. She bowls, and that's full, and it's off the edge! And it lands safe, and it's cleaned up by Potts down at third, and they just scamper through for 1. The score moves on to 39 without loss at the end of 9.
Apologies, we've had a couple of technical issues if you couldn't hear me very well.
Well, it looks like we're going to have Grace Potts to continue from this end, or is she just having a discussion? Polly? No, she's got the ball. Grace Potts is going to continue. We've had a change of bowling at the other end. Just seen Izzy Wong close out her first over. Those 2 boundaries coming from it. And that's full, and it's tonked back past the bowler off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill, and it races away for 4.
Yeah, again, another great shot. Just race down to the boundary. Lauren Winfield Hill is building a really nice innings here. Sparks really need to be careful that she doesn't continue scoring all those runs, because she is a player that can take the game away and is very, very comfortable at the crease. Stair, on the other hand, has had a much slower start. However, when you've got Lauren Winfield Hill at the other end, you don't need to be scoring all those runs. She can play quite a particular role in this side and just anchor the innings. So
Winfield Hill has moved on to 37 off her 36. And she drives that through the covers. Absolutely lovely looking shot. No chance the fielder stopping that one. It races away for another 4. And Lauren Winfield Hill is on the charge here. Diamonds move on to 47 without loss. Well, Lauren Winfield Hill is showing her class here. She moves on to 41 from 37 as Potts is in and she bowls full, and that's driven copy and paste, but to the fielder this time, extra cover, and they scamper through for 1, and the score moves on to 48 without loss. And Lauren Winfield Hill is looking fantastic form again today. She moves on to 42 off 38.
Yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill is dominating this innings. Sparks will be very keen to get her out quickly. The bowling on the whole has been quite tight, but they need to watch out for Winfield Hill.
And that's defended by Callis and picked up by Katie George. It's 2 batters feeling very different at the crease. We've got one in fine form coming off the back of a fantastic fair break tournament, Lauren Winfield Hill. A wonderful innings last week as well. And then Stair Callis, 4 from 20 at the moment. She faces up as Potts is in, and that's full, and that's driven along the ground and stopped by Amy Campbell at cover. And they do come through for 1. Score moves on to 49. Potts is in, and that's defended by Winfield Hill. And at the end of 10 overs, Diamonds 49 without loss. Winfield Hill looking fantastic as she has done the last few weeks. She moves on to 42 from 39, and Callis struggling somewhat, but still there. 5 from 21, and that's the end of the power play. As Polly Starkey moves out of the chair next to me, and Samara Afzal slides in. And I might have to put my sunglasses on because she's got the orange Birmingham Phoenix hoodie on, and it's blinding in the sunshine.
Bit bright, is it, Georgia?
Yeah, sunnies have gone back on.
Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful sunny day here at New Road, and it's always lovely being here because of that pretty cathedral in the background as Izzy Wong comes into bowl again, and that's cut, and it's gone past backward of point, and it's gone to the boundary, and they run through for a single. What do you make of it so far then, Georgie?
Well, I've said it a lot already so far. Lauren Winfield Hill, she is in fantastic form at the moment. And I mentioned this on Twitter last week. I don't think it'll be long till she's knocking back on that England door. We haven't seen a lot of Amy Jones in the regional. We haven't seen her yet. She's not playing again today. Winfield Hill, she's just rediscovered that form. But we just wonder if she can carry that over into international again.
Yep, as Izzy Wong runs back, and it's bowled. She's bowled her. That's a beautiful ball, and it's gone straight through and hit that leg stump. And that's the first Northern Diamonds wicket to fall. And that's Lauren Winfield Hill gone on 42. That's a big wicket for the Central Sparks, just as she was looking so good, Georgie.
Yeah, that is the wicket they would have wanted. It's just the breakthrough. We've had the power play, and the Diamonds had moved on to 50, and Lauren Winfield Hill is trudging off very, very slowly. When you talk about walking slowly off a pitch, this is one of them, and she has to go It was a fantastic innings until that point, but she does go for 42 off 39 with 7 fours and that 1-6 in the first over. She's looking good though still. She looks a bit disappointed with herself, does Winfield Hill, but that brings Holly Armitage to the middle.
Yep, the captain in now. She's got a job to do, leading on from where Winfield Hill was, who was in great form. And this is going to be huge motivation for Central Sparks, having got Winfield Hill out. Stia Callis, on the other end, playing okay, but slightly tentative. Just 6 runs off her 22 balls faced so far. The score is 50 for 1, and we are into the 11th over. That last over of Izzy Wong, slightly expensive, but she's made up for it this over with a big wicket, probably the biggest wicket in that Northern Diamonds team. As everybody gets back into their fielding positions, and Izzy at the top of her long run-up. Got Holly Armitage, new bat, also captain. She's about to take strike as Izzy Wong runs in, and she plays that slightly uppishly, but it lands just before mid-off, and they get no run.
Well, they need to get the rebuild on here. Callis is struggling for form. She's struggling to find runs at the moment. Holly Armitage, we know how she can play. We know she can hit big, but we've got to remember, they got the 50 overs, and you have lost that early. I say early. You've lost your opener, Lauren Winfield Hill, who was the anchor of this innings. She scored the majority of the runs so far.
Izzy comes back in, and that's defended straight back to her for no run. Yeah, I would say that Central Sparks will be very happy with themselves at the moment. They not feeling particularly threatened by Stia Callis, and of course Holly, we know, is capable of taking off from where Winfield Hill was. She's been in some great form recently. She's got a lot of runs to her name throughout the various formats of women's cricket. As Izzy Wong runs back into ball, and that's just dug out with, it was a very full ball, but it was dug out there by Holly Armitage, and the score remains on 50 for 1 off 10.5 overs. Izzy just walking back to her run-up mark to ball the last ball of this over. Got quite a few spectators here as well today at New Road watching this very intriguing game of women's cricket. This is the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the 50 over competition, as Izzy bowls the final ball of her over, which is cut beautifully. It's gone past point, it's running away to the boundary, and it makes it to the boundary. A lovely shot by Holly Armitage.
Yeah, well, that's Armitage off the mark with a boundary. And Davina Perrin was unlucky there. She got a hand to it, but it had some spice on it. And they're not big boundaries here today at New Road. And so off the mark with a boundary, the captain, and the Diamonds move on to 54 for 1 at the end of 11. That wicket to fall. Obviously, the in-form Lauren Winfield Hill. Okay, so it is glorious here today. I know I like to talk about the weather a lot, and I'm usually very, very cold. I'm always cold. It's a bit chillier in here. We're out of the sun in our little commentary booth. But it is an absolutely glorious day. When they talk about bank holiday weekends, you think sunshine, you think cricket, and you think the pub, and you can get all of those in this weather.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually quite tempting to be out there on the field playing a bit of cricket in this weather, actually. It's been rather cold so far. I think this is probably the warmest day that I've seen in the Midlands this year so far. So we are lucky we've got some lovely weather. Some of the games last week were hit by the cold, wet weather. We saw the Northern Diamonds game cut short to 36 overs. Mind you, they still managed to rock about 280 odd runs in that 36 overs and win the game quite convincingly. Central Sparks, on the other hand, unfortunately lost their game last week to the Blaze. And we've got a change in bowling. Katie George runs in, and that's gone down the leg side, but not called wide. The batsman looking bemused there.
I like seeing Katie George back properly bowling at pace. She's been so hampered by injury throughout her career. It's sort of got in the way of her really making that England breakthrough, and it has now been signalled wide by umpire Jasmine Naeem.
Yeah, she's quite quick, Katie George, as she comes back into bowl, and that's played just off the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. They scamper through for a quick single. Just going down the leg side, signalled leg by the umpire.
Yeah, and the score moves on to 56 for 1. Armitage 4 from 4. Callis 6 from 23. As Holly Armitage takes guard.
Holly Armitage just getting herself ready and positioned, looking around to see where the fielders are as Katie George runs into bowl, and that's just dug out, and it's an appeal again for LBW, but it appeared to be coming off the toe of the bat, and there's no signal of anything from the umpire.
Well, Holly Armitage managed just 1 run last week, so she's already quadrupled that. The captain, the all-rounder, also part of the Northern Superchargers. When you think Northern, you really think Holly Armitage.
Yep. She's, if I'm not wrong, she's played for another team prior to this, has she? As that's driven, but straight. Oh, and is a misfield at cover, and they get through for 1 run. That's another run added on to Holly Armitage to take her to 5 runs. So has she always played for Northern Diamonds?
I think so, yes. She's a proper Northerner.
Played for Yorkshire County as well.
Yes, and I know that she really, not that anyone needs to know, but she really likes dogs.
Okay.
And so that means that she's a big tick.
Because you, of course, have got
in my book
dogs as
yes.
well, haven't you, Georgie? Katie George runs in this time to steer Callis, who's taking strike, and she's looks like it's come off the edge, but has managed to get to square leg as they get through for 1 run.
Yeah, well, Armitage, she's been part of Yorkshire since the under-13s days. Spent her time at Yorkshire, done a bit with the England Academy, Yorkshire Diamonds, been over to Australia, dabbled in the Sydney Sixers, Tasmania. And so she's very happily settled, I think, with the Northern Diamonds and at the Northern Superchargers. So at least you don't have to travel too much between the two when the 100 comes around.
Absolutely. And the 100 will be coming around in the next couple of months, as there's a big swing outside off stump that goes down to third as we run through for a single, and that has taken the score on to 59 for 1, sorry.
I think she's just one of those people that's really good to have a spearhead of your side, Holly Armitage. She's got the personality, she's got the sort of pizzazz around her, and she's not scared to get involved, which last year she was again voted Players Player of the Year. So for the 2nd year running, which was quite a nice feat.
That is a big achievement. Beautiful drive there by the skipper Holly Armitage, and that's gone through for 4 runs. Has gone past the point region for a boundary.
Well, that was lovely off the front foot. That cover drive that you could copy and paste into any kind of textbook, really, from Armitage, and she's up and running. 6 from her 7. She's almost overtaken Callis.
Callis, do you think out of form, or do you just think she's just at the beginning of the season, so a little bit rusty?
I mean, we just had a moment the two of us, because we can't see that far very well. That actually was off the bat of Stair Callis, that. So she moves into double figures. She moves to 11 from 25, and a shot like that will really make you feel confident. You've still got it in your armoury even when you're struggling.
We've got Izzy Wong back into bowl. Highly Armitage, and she's let that go outside off stump, straight to the keeper.
Yeah, so no run. So 63 for 1. So at this point, does Armitage go, I'm going to be the aggressor, and Callis continue to just sort of dig away and try and work herself into some form?
I think so. I think they will need someone to almost anchor the innings and just stay there and try and stay there till the end. And Stair Callis, she has managed to play for 25 balls. She's got 11 runs. So as Izzy comes back into bowl, and it's played a miss and it's gone through to the keeper for no run. Good delivery that from Izzy Wong.
I mean, there are definitely worse places to spend your Saturday morning. It's absolutely glorious here. And I can see Grace Potts just hands on hips in front of us, chilling in the sunshine. Bit of cricket. I'm just disappointed because I can see something that looks a bit like an ice cream van straight ahead of us. I'm assuming because it's cow print and it's not open.
Yeah, I've just noticed that. It does look like an ice cream van. As Izzy Wong runs back into Holly Armitage. That's a beautiful drive, but it's gone straight to mid-off for no run.
It was a bit fuller from Wong there. Interesting as well that Izzy Wong's got normal hair today.
She does, yeah.
I don't know what's happened. Went to the WPL, rocketed to global stardom, and has now toned it down.
Yeah, interesting question for her, actually. We get to see her during the break, asking about her hair as she runs back in to bowl. And again, another beautiful drive, this time gone straight to cover for no run. Good field placing this. Both brilliant shots and both straight to the fielder.
I can see a few more spectators rolling in. There are a few in here today at New Road. I can understand why. The dream today would be you come here, you watch this, and you have on the stream later on the Women's Six Nations, which I'll come back to in a minute.
Izzy Wong runs back into the skipper, who's taken a leading edge, but it's landed short of mid-off. Probably had her heart in her mouth then for a second.
That's how I feel a bit at the moment. I don't know if you can hear that I need to put something in my mouth because my stomach's rumbling. Luckily, it's not been picked up on the microphone yet. But yes, today, big day for women's sport. Obviously, we've got all of these games going on around the country. And then the world record crowd, the record crowd at Twickenham for a Women's Six Nations as England are taking on France later. So we'll forgive you if you sit here and you have it sort of streamed on a little phone next to you.
Highly Armitage again tries to play that off the back foot, but it's gone down for a wide, leg side wide, called by the umpire.
Or you double screen us if you're at home. You have us on one, you listen to us, and you watch the rugby on silent.
I like that.
Yeah?
I'm sure at one point I've had about 3 cricket matches running simultaneously on 3 different devices. The women's game, the Pakistan game, the England game. Happens a lot.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Sometimes I had it last year staying at my mum's and someone arrived at the house and I actually went, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you right now. There's too many things to watch.
As Izzy comes back into ball, that's defended nicely for no run. And that's the end of the 13th over. The score is 64 for 1. Northern Diamonds playing here against Central Sparks at New Road, Worcester in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. It's the second game of the trophy for all the teams.
Yeah, well, Northern Diamonds won their first game pretty convincingly last week against the Western Storm, and they sort of just continued in the same way they finished last season, which obviously they won. So they beat the Western Storm by 105, so it was quite convincing in the end. But Sparks yet to get up and running in this tournament, losing to the newly formed Blaze by 59 runs last week. So Blaze obviously taking over from what was Lightning. So they've moved out of the pink and purple era and into the, can't quite describe what it was, got likened to Nottingham Forest football shirt era with the yellow collar. But
kind of similar names, Blaze, Lightning, similar themed.
Yeah, I always wonder who comes up with them, actually. I think if I was naming a team, I would name one so that then when it gets really successful, it's easy to create a mascot for it.
Yeah, a mascot. That's what we've not seen today. We need a mascot, a big cuddly teddy bear running around.
Or it'd be hot out there in one of those outfits.
As Katie George comes into bowl the next over, and Steer Kylis just plays off the back foot straight to the point region for no run.
I've always wanted, it is lifetime bucket list to do the mascot race. But I'd actually have to be a mascot for the rest of the season as well. I don't think you can just rock up on the day in an outfit.
No, it is pretty comical, isn't it, the mascot race? And then when the mascot falls.
As a commentator, I think that would be sort of right up there, top of my list of something I'd want to commentate.
Yeah, very exciting, I think. Steer Kylis off the back foot again, plays it into the same region for no run.
I think they were all very excited to get going with this Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. It feels like it's been a long time coming. And I think that maybe because we get tricked sort of with a bit of sunshine in sort of early March, and you're like, oh, right, summer's coming. Actually, no, it's still a month away. So a lot of the girls, like when you're speaking to them, they were just excited to get out and actually on the park.
Yeah, September, the last match, which was the final at Lord's. Steer Kylis plays that, she pushes that straight to the mid-off region, manages to get through for a single. A lot of cricket this summer. We've got the Ashes starting soon as well.
Oh, stop.
Not
Counting down the days. It was 50 days yesterday or something, wasn't it, I think?
Yes, I saw that. I also saw Stuart Broad's comments about the last Ashes, which made the headlines for the wrong reasons.
I might actually go back through all the matches that I played badly in my life in any sport and be like, that's void because it was a Tuesday. That was void because I was hungover, or...
It was cold, too cold to play cricket.
Yeah.
Holly Armitage just defends at that for no run.
Yeah. There definitely must be some reason you can void it. You void it because Mercury was in retrograde and your stars weren't aligned that day. Bye.
I could kind of maybe see where he was coming from. The COVID times were hard and lockdown and the testing, and I guess it must have been really frustrating. But yeah, I don't think you can quite say that the 4-1 series loss can be void.
But also because they had to do it too. It wasn't just England.
Katie George back into Holly Armitage, who again just digs that out, and it's gone straight to the fielder and no run. Still 65-4-1, the Northern Diamonds score. Now we're into the 14th over.
Right, I'm going to get you to have a think for the end of the next over. Can you think of one, if you could pick one game you've played in your life ever that you can just void and no one ever has to remember or see the scorecard ever again? Can you pick one? I'll give you some time to think.
Okay. Last ball, or what should be the last ball of this over. Katie George running in again to Holly Armitage, who flicks it onto the leg side and gets through for a quick single, taking the Northern Diamonds score to 66-1 off 14 overs. We are just taking a selfie here in the commentary box. And we are now going to start the 15th over of the Northern Diamonds innings. Central Sparks actually won the toss and they decided to bowl first, which I thought was an interesting decision considering last week they struggled to chase 213 against the Blaze.
Yeah, interesting, but maybe just trying to mix things around. They're on their home turf here. We've seen what their bowlers are like. We've seen what they can do at the top. And if you really get into this Diamonds batting lineup, perhaps they'll feel that they're on top.
Izzy Wong again to Holly Armitage, who drives that slightly uppishly but straight to the fielder at the cover region for no run, who has a shy at the stumps, but Steer Kylis was well within her crease.
Have you thought about what you want to avoid yet?
I actually can't think of a game in the last 2 or 3 years where we've done badly, to be honest. Not saying that we're a fantastic club, but yeah. I mean, county, I think Warwickshire, we did have a shocker once. Shot attempted, but missed the ball and straight to the keeper. That's a good ball from Izzy Wong. Can you think of one?
How long have you got?
We've got the rest of
No,
this
well,
game.
there was the time I was out for a goldie. That can go. I batted further down the innings and played really well in the game before. So they were like, right, you can open today. And that didn't go very well. But I joined the primary club. So I did my charitable bit and I've got the mug to show it.
That's the most important thing. Play and miss, and it's gone to the keeper. There's a big appeal for caught behind, and the umpire is not signalling anything. Well, signalling that it's probably missed the bat.
I'm not sure if he's signalling that perhaps he thinks the noise they might have heard was the bat hitting the floor. He sort of made a little sweeping motion with his hand. That's Naeem Ashraf.
Possibly, although there was a very loud appeal from not just the keeper but all the fielders.
Holly Armitage just doing a bit of gardening out in the middle.
Shame we don't have Snicko.
I think you say Snicko. I think I need a Snickers right now.
Well, there's lots of biscuits out there in the back. I was tempted as I walked past, but
When you open the biscuit gate, once you've opened it, the floodgates, that's it.
yeah, crisps and biscuits. Once you start, you can't stop. Izzy Wong back into Holly Armitage, who lets that go outside off stump to the keeper and called a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, it was well taken by Abby Freeborn. Full stretch diving to her right. It was pace and width she's had to cope with.
Good keeper, Abby Freeborn, and bats quite well as well. I've seen a couple of very good innings from her last year for Central Sparks. As Izzy Wong runs back into bowl to Holly Armitage, who again misses the bat, and it's gone through to the keeper. Half-hearted shot played. Good bowling this from Izzy Wong, good line and good length.
Well, when we saw a 6 go off the first over, I'm not going to lie, I thought we were going to be in for some quick, hard, fast run scoring, but we're coming towards the end of the 15th over, and the Diamonds are only 67 for 1 at the moment. If you think about it, Lauren Winfield Hill scored 42 of those, and she was gone nearly 3 overs ago.
Yep, Holly Armitage still on strike again, plays, and it's got the bottom edge and it's gone past the keeper as they run through. They think about the second, but they've settled on 1 run. Looking slightly tentative now, Holly Armitage. She was playing some beautiful drives, but the last few playing misses. Do you think it's the pressure of facing Izzy Wong?
Well, when you saw what happened to the stumps, Lauren Winfield Hill stumps off Izzy Wong's bowling, we know she's got that pace. We've talked about it for years, and we've seen what she's done in the WPL. So perhaps, but these two have been around a while. They've faced each other a lot around the circuit and in the 100. So not necessarily that. I think they're just two batters out in the middle. They're just struggling to find something at the moment.
Steer Callis this time on strike, who plays a nice drive into the cover region, and they get through for 1 run. Davina Perrin manages to half stop it. That's the end of the 15th over. The Northern Diamonds on 69, going at a run rate of about 4.5. Not the run rate they were at last week, mind you, where they managed to get 280 odd against Western Storm in 36 overs.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal display of batting. Again, Winfield Hill at the top. She set the tone, and they just went from there, really, the Diamonds. Do you think they have you have a bit of swagger about you if you come in as defending champions, or is it sort of new season, new feels?
I guess a bit of both. You do have that confidence. You come in with that confidence, but they have since lost a couple of their big players as well, haven't they, to other teams? Nat Siver Brunt. to name one. As Katie George starts her third over, we've got Stia Callis on strike, who's on 13, who plays a pull shot, and it's landed just in front of the fielder and then bounced over her head, just backward of the square leg region.
Yeah, that was Amy Campbell coming in from the boundary there. It's that difficult one when you have to try and make the decision, am I going to go for the catch or am I going to let it bounce and stop the boundary? You really want to look like you are always going for the catch. The bowler will look at it and think you could always get there. And so she sort of ended up half volleying herself, and it's incurred the boundary in the end.
Yeah, I think she was looking to clear Amy Campbell there, but it did land just in front of her. We got through for 2 runs, taking the score to 71 as Katie George runs back into Stia Callis, who again pulls it again, but this time on the ground, and it's collected by the fine leg fielder, and they get through for a single.
Well, I like that Callis is now trying something different. She's sort of tried to dig herself out of her hole, but that's not the way she plays, the defensive, just nudging and nurdling. She is a big hitter. She likes to pull. She likes to hit those boundaries. So she's worked herself in a bit. She's made it up to 16. She's dug hard for those, and now she's trying to find the boundaries in a more aggressive manner.
Holly Armitage now on strike. Again, a lovely pull shot, and it goes straight to Amy Campbell, and they get through for a single. Yeah, a few more attacking shots we're seeing from Stia Callis now.
Well, we talk about the big hitting and the big runs in that Northern Diamonds lineup. Actually, the 2 top run scorers from last season were Winfield Hill and Armitage. So Lauren Winfield Hill, with a high score of 125 not out, scored 470 runs in the season, and Holly Armitage racked up 343 with an unbeaten 131 as her high score. So they can bat, these girls.
Again, Katie George running in, and just flicked off the pads there from Stia Callis down to the short fine leg region for 1 run.
And actually 3 of the top 10 batters from last season are Northern Diamonds players. The other, Bess Heath, with 241 runs in the season. She also has a fantastic surname.
Yes, I wonder why you think that, Georgie.
My favourite thing, though, is if you look at her initials, they spell BAM. Bam Heath, which I actually think is really quite fantastic.
Katie George running in this time to skipper Holly Armitage, who lets that go down the leg side, and it's signalled a leg side wide by the umpire. You were saying the umpires are married in today's game. How cool is that?
Really cool. So that's Jasmine Naeem and her husband Naeem Ashraf. And yeah, I think, if I'm rightly so, they might be the first married couple to umpire List A cricket, I think. And that was last season. But I know her quite well from a few things around the circuit. And then I saw that they were here together as a couple. And I was like, that is just couple goals.
Katie George into Holly Armitage. Again, it goes down the leg side, and again signalled another leg side wide. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this must be the first game all across any format. I can't think of any international umpires who are married.
No, I think these 2 did it together 1 game last season, but this is the first that we've seen this year, and I've definitely not seen it at international.
Yeah, I can't think of any couples that are married at international level, any umpire couples. But yeah, as you say, couple goals for sure.
We just need a married couple batting together, or a couple.
Katie George into Holly Armitage, who plays that nicely into the fine leg region for 1 run, looking for the second, but they won't make it.
That's where we're missing the Siva Brunts for the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, I saw they were on holiday recently, weren't they, in Scotland?
Yes,
together?
I think they were in Edinburgh, because they were both out at fair break. So Catherine was playing for the Sapphires, and I think Nat was just having a mosey around Hong Kong. She had a great time, watched some cricket, cheered on her wife, who was fantastic in the tournament actually. And then I think they've been in Edinburgh before obviously things get kicked off again for a very big season of England cricket.
Yeah, very packed schedule. Oh, and that's the edge as Callis to pull that, but she's got a bottom edge on it and it's gone straight to the keeper and she's out.
Well, Callis, she's tried to pull that into the leg side one too many times. It's found the edge and it's gone through to Abby Freeborn. Really safe pair of hands behind the sticks with the gloves. And Callis, it was a struggle. She's made 16 from 32, but she has been caught behind and she has to go.
Yeah, unfortunate that just as she was looking to play some attacking shots and get some runs on the scorecard. Next batter coming in, I think it's Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, Phoebe Turner scored 3 of 8 against Western Storm last week. Just 19 years old, so a real potential of a long future for her. And coming in at 4, often quite difficult, but she's out there. She'll join her captain, Holly Armitage, who's racked up 10 from her 23 so far. So the Diamonds at 77 for 2 and need to start accelerating a bit. If we saw what they could do last week, and they have got batting in that lineup. We talked about Bess Heath as well. She'll come in later. But what will they be saying at the moment? What will captain be saying to the youngster that's joined her?
I think with both Izzy Wong and Katie George bowling, I think she'd probably just say, have a look in, get yourself set in, and then she could try and play some more attacking shots. I think Holly Armitage will try and take the lead here whilst Phoebe Turner gets herself into these two. I don't think they're looking at the score that they had last game. But I think they're going at a reasonable run rate, and they'll be aware that Central Sparks struggled to chase 213 last week. As Izzy Wong comes in to Holly Armitage, who defends that straight back to her, and Izzy hits that back at the stumps. There's an appeal for run out, and the umpire isn't convinced.
Well, it's all going on out there, isn't it? Izzy Wong is making things happen. She was really quick in that pickup after it was played back to her in her follow-through. Pick up, throw, all in one go. And Armitage was wily to it. She's been around long enough to know to get back in her crease. But the Sparks fielders were excited, weren't they?
They were, and I quite like this aggression from Izzy Wong as well. I think as a fast bowler, you have to have that level of aggression. It's easy just to bowl and then go back to your crease, but to be aware that potentially she may or may not be out of the crease until she threw it in quite sharp and it hit the stump. So I think it's always good to put that fear in the batter's mind.
Well, the umpires have come together in the middle and they are having a meeting with Hannah Baker. I'm not sure what they're talking to her about, or I'm not sure if they're discussing what's for tea.
Yeah, interesting. Not sure. Were they talking to Eve? They were talking to the skipper, Eve Jones, actually. Yep. Do you think Eve said, I think that was out?
So Eve Jones has decided to wear number 11 today.
Izzy Wong bowls again to Armitage, who lets that go outside off stump. Looks at the umpire to see if it's a wide, but it's not given. Yeah, I think Eve Jones was just having a discussion there with the umpires, maybe questioning Holly Armitage's back foot, whether it was in the crease or not. Izzy Wong runs in and it's driven, but straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run.
Yeah, I don't know what she'll have been talking to her about there. Perhaps there was some running on the wicket. Perhaps there was an over-exuberant appeal on something.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the umpires can get funny about appeals from people who can't actually see what's going on. Maybe it was that, as Izzy Wong comes in and that's driven beautifully but straight to the cover region for no run.
they're a bit stuck at the moment, the Diamonds. 77 for 2 after nearly 17 overs. Phoebe Turner yet to face a ball, so it's all down to Armitage at the moment, who started quite quickly and has been slowed down somewhat, just 10 from her 27 deliveries.
Izzy back into Holly Armitage, who plays that onto the leg side, and it's going round with Abby Freeborn giving chase, and they've managed to run through for 2, and that's good running from the Northern Diamonds, taking that score to 79 for 2.
Yeah, it was. They scampered through, didn't they? They called for 2 early, which is something you really like to hear, that communication within the teams. And Chloe Brewer came round and cleaned up the fielding, despite Abby Freeborn's valiant chase. Turner still yet to face a ball.
Yeah, Holly Armitage batting on 12 off 28 deliveries. Got 1 ball to go in this 17th over. Izzy Wong running into Holly Armitage, who drives that, and it's just gone over the head of backward of point, and it runs away, but it's stopped there at the boundary by Grace Potts, but they do manage to run through for 2.
Yeah, that was a top edge just over the head of Eve Jones down at backward point. Good work by Potts cleaning up. And at the end of the 17th, the Diamonds are 81 for 2. Holly Armitage 14 off 29, and Phoebe Turner yet to face a delivery at the other end.
Izzy's on 5 overs. Do you think might be time for a change?
I'd be tempted to have one more, just because she seems to be making something happen at the moment. That, yes, went over the head of Eve Jones, but the chances are there. There was the one out to Amy Campbell earlier off Katie George. So these two are building the pressure. And I think with young Turner facing Izzy Wong and her pace, and Armitage yet to really find her feet in this innings, I'd be tempted to give her one more over.
Yeah, and Phoebe Turner is actually now taking strike for the first time in this game as Katie George runs into bowl, and she defends that nicely off the back foot for no run.
Yeah, so Turner is another proper northerner. She's come through Yorkshire under-18s, played for Yorkshire Diamonds Academy, and now finds herself at the Northern Diamonds. So 2 proper Yorkshire girls playing for the North. Do it for the North, as a certain tea brand advert would tell us.
Tea. Now that's something I'm missing.
Yeah, I'll get you one when I'm off commentary if you fancy.
Thank you, Georgie. Phoebe Turner on strike again, and she pulls that, and it's gone in the air. We've got the fine leg fielder running in, but it falls just short, and they manage to get through for 2 runs, taking Phoebe Turner off strike. Not quite how she'd probably wanted to get off strike, Georgie.
Yeah, well, it was Hannah Baker out there again having to make that decision. It was up in the air. It seemed like it was up for quite a long time. She just couldn't make up the ground, and it's off the top edge. But you know what? Runs is runs. And she's off the mark now, Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, I think it was there for the hitting. It was quite short, and she did pull it, luckily, just short of the fielder, that Hannah Baker there, at fine leg, as Katie George running back in to bowl to Phoebe Turner, who it's gone down the leg side and given a leg side wide.
Yeah,
Seeing a few wides here from Katie George, losing her line a little bit.
Well, I mentioned earlier the extras bowled by Sparks last week, and they were really tight early on in their bowling, but they are just racking up into the double figures now. That's 10 extras from the Sparks bowlers, and that's something that is almost the controllables. And 27 runs last week was a really big dent in that 50-ish run loss.
Phoebe Turner tries to flick that onto the leg side, but it's hit the bat and just landed straight in front of her. No run. The score is 84 for 2 for the Northern Diamonds. So this is the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy Got Northern Diamonds playing against Central Sparks. Northern Diamonds won their last game last week against the Western Storm very convincingly. Central Sparks, on the other hand, lost to the Blaze. This is the second game of the tournament this season. Katie George back into bowl to Phoebe Turner, who drives that slightly uppishly, but manages to run through for a single as the ball goes to the cover region, bringing Holly Armitage, the captain, back on strike. We're here at New Road, Worcester, which is a beautiful little ground. We've got the cathedral in the background. We've got some clouds now. It was quite clear, the sky, earlier on, but a few clouds have built up. There wasn't any rain in the forecast today, which is good. As Holly Armitage takes strike off the back foot, she just flicks that onto the leg side to backward of square leg for a quick single.
I'm never sure I believe when they say there's no rain in the forecast. These clouds seem to have accumulated quite quickly.
Yeah, the ones on our left look slightly greyish, don't they? I'm tempted to open up the phone and check the weather forecast, see if it's changed.
Now I've got to this point in life, I just pack for every eventuality. There's a pair of shorts in my bag, there's a raincoat, there's a hat, there's a bobble hat, there's a bucket hat, there's sunglasses. I'm set for everything. We could go to the beach probably.
It's very organised as Phoebe Turner just flicks that onto the leg side and they run through for a single.
I don't know if it's just organised or whether I just, when I got up and left the house at 6 o'clock this morning, was panic packing. You know the panic pack when you just then start shoving everything in? That was me in my car today. So if you need it, I've probably got it. I've even got plasters.
Okay.
In case there's an injury. But you're the doctor, so you can put them on. I'll provide them.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't have any injuries at the commentary box. Although this time last year, there was this very huge insect in the commentary box that I thought would injure one of us. But luckily there's no insects here today.
It's too cold.
It was actually, I think it was colder. Was it colder last year? No, actually, it was a nice summer's day. I remember here at New Road. And Izzy Wong is going to continue to bowl. We've got Phoebe Turner on strike. She runs in and she's bowled! Phoebe Turner is bowled by the very first ball that she's faced off Izzy Wong. That's a beautiful delivery again, Georgie.
Well, I'm so pleased with myself as well, saying give Izzy Wong another over. That is just absolute class from her, and that's sent bails flying in all directions. There was nothing really Phoebe Turner could have done about that. She was done for pace. She just tried to play through it and hasn't read it at all from Izzy Wong, and that's complete class pace bowling that we've seen so often from this 20-year-old who is just going to be a star of England cricket for many, many years to come. But Phoebe Turner, she has to go for just two, and it brings, bam, Bess Heath to the middle.
Yeah, I felt that Phoebe was in the middle of nowhere there. She wasn't really on the front foot and she wasn't really on the back foot, and just had a bit of a swing at it, and it went through and hitting the stumps. Yeah, very good prediction there, Georgie, to keep Izzy Wong on, and there you go. She's got another wicket.
It's almost like I've watched some cricket before. Perhaps, maybe once or twice.
Ever thought about coaching?
Oh, God, no. I don't have the patience for that. No one would want me as their coach. I'd be terrible, and I can admit that freely. Having coached 9-year-old netballers, I was tested, and I think I failed in that test of life.
Prefer the commentary box then?
Yeah. Tell people what to do from a difference, and they can't argue back or just talk about it.
Yeah. It's nice, actually. And you're protected from the weather if it does rain.
This is also true. Although I have definitely done commentary at certain places in sort of gazebos with no sides in the rain, which is never much fun.
No, that doesn't sound like fun, as we've got Bess Heath on strike and Izzy Wong. She defends that, and that's gone straight to the cover fielder for no run. A good solid defence there from Bess Heath. These two will be looking to get a good partnership now that Northern Diamonds are 3 down, because they are only into their 19th over, so lots of overs still to come.
Well, Bess Heath, coming off the back of a really good performance last week as well, picked up 71 runs against the Western Storm.
Bess Heath again plays that nicely straight back to Izzy Wong.
So she's in form, and that was at Headingley as well. Last week all matches were played at test match grounds, but I like coming to the grounds like New Road, the smaller, slightly more intimate, and you get more of a feel for the game, I think. I mean, it's exciting to play at a test match ground, yes, but it's also nice to be this close to the action.
Yeah, it's nice. Headingley is lovely. I think I've played one charity game there a few years back. Beautiful ground. Beautiful city, actually, Leeds. Bess Heath on strike, and Izzy Wong into bowl. That's a beautiful drive, but goes straight to Davina Perrin in the cover region for no run. Looking forward to watching Davina bat, actually. Very talented. 16-year-old now, I think. She was 15 last year.
Yeah, really exciting young player. Come through the ACE programme. I saw her a bit at the Under-19 World Cup as well earlier on this year. She took an absolute screamer of a catch as well. She's really dynamic and just young and just absolute sponge at the moment, soaking up every ounce of cricket.
Izzy Wong, as Bess Heath just digs that out with her bat. Nice full ball collected by Wong for no run, and the Diamonds remain on 87 for 3. Yeah, the ACE programme, which was started from Ebony, wasn't it? And they've managed to get quite a few very talented cricketers through that programme.
Yeah, it's a really exciting programme. I sometimes see them at the Oval ACE programme trainings, but Davina is such a interesting prospect to come out of that. She is so young, but she's going to be a star.
Izzy Wong, and that's pulled. It was a short ball, and it's running away, and it's gone through to the boundary at backward of square leg. That's 4 runs to Bess Heath. Lovely shot.
I mean, that's one way to get off the mark, isn't it? That's a very short boundary out there, the square boundary towards the cathedral. And at the end of 19 overs, the Diamonds are 91 for 3, Armitage 15 off 30, and Heath 4 off 5.
Yeah, who needs to run singles when you can hit a boundary to get off strike?
It's interesting as well. I watched that one. It obviously raced away for the boundary, but Bess Heath had set off at such a pace that she'd made the single almost before it even reached the boundary. She's absolute wheels. I never really knew how fast she was, but she seems rapid between the sticks.
Yeah, I think with modern day cricket now, it's good to see actually a lot of work is being done on fitness and running between the wickets. Particularly in the women's game, I've noticed actually there's quite a lot of very good runners. And I think at the end it does come down to converting those 1s to 2s, converting those 2s to 3s to help build up the score.
We're going to have a change in bowling here. Hannah Baker.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Hannah's bowling last season. She's usually very economical. She comes in and she bowls to Armitage, who cuts that. But it's no run.
Yeah, she's a really interesting prospect as well for the future. Also part of that England under-19 squad. She actually took 3 for 9 in England's semi-final when somehow they stunned Australia.
Big slog there from Armitage, and she gets the edge when it's running past and into the third region. There's slight confusion there with the running between the wickets, but Bessie manages to get back in to her crease. They've got 1 run.
Yeah, Baker, she took 3 for 9 in the semi-final, and England somehow managed to defend 99 to make the final. And it was one of those games, and it looked like Australia were absolutely cruising. She came on, took these 3, turned it on its head, and England rocketed into the final. It was stunning.
Yeah, very talented Hannah Baker as she bowls, and it's cut away by Bess Heath to the backward of point. region for 1 run. Score goes on to 93 for 3. We're into the 20th over of the Northern Diamonds innings. Harley Armitage plays that into the point region for 1 run. Quick single there, collected by Davina Perrin.
I think at the moment they wouldn't mind dealing in singles. They're working up towards 100. Still only 20 overs in.
It's Beth Heath. She plays a aggressive drive but manages to find the fielder at cover for a no run.
Makes a heck of a sound off Bess Heath's bat, doesn't it?
It does. I was just wondering there which bat she was using. Oh, and she's got the edge, but it's not reached as far as first slip. Disappointing for Hannah Baker. And we are into we've just completed the 20th over. 94 for 3 for Northern Diamonds. They're playing Central Sparks today. Central Sparks won the toss and elected to field first. This is the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. The current winners are Northern Diamonds. They played the final in Lords last September and won the trophy. So they will be confident here against the Central Sparks. They also had a very convincing win last week against Western Storm. Central Sparks, on the other hand, losing their first game to the Blaze, as Izzy Wong continues with her bowling, and Armitage captain on strike, who just drives that but straight back to the bowler for no run. And we're joined in the commentary box again by Polly Starkey. Georgie Heath has left and I believe is making a cup of tea from what I can hear.
Yeah, the game's kind of quieting down, I think, a little bit. Of course, a couple of wickets left for Diamonds, and it starts seeming a little bit more in control.
As Izzy comes in, and that's gone past the leg side to the keeper. Harley Armitage on strike. Yeah, it was. I think when Winfield Hill was batting, there was a lot more momentum in the innings, but he has quietened down from them.
Yeah, I mean, there are two quite confident batters at the crease, which I think Northern Diamonds will be really grateful for. That they've got the captain, Holly Armitage, who's batting quite nicely, and then Beth Heath, who can be quite an explosive batter, and will be one to watch for England selection in the future.
Armitage on strike. She tries to cut that, but only really getting the bottom edge. It goes to backward of point for no run. Yeah, I think they'll want to just try and build this partnership for the time being. No silly shots.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, in particular with cricket, partnerships are the key, and you want a couple of players to have really big performances. Stair Callis and Wilmington Hill had a 50 partnership, and they want to continue developing those partnerships throughout the game.
Holly Armitage batting on 17, and she pulls that, and it's gone for 6 runs. Great shot that.
That was great from Holly Armitage. We wouldn't normally expect her to be such a big hitting player. She's a little bit more technical, but it's great to see her getting the boundary, sending it into the stand, and a 6 for Northern Diamonds, their second of the day, and that brings up their 100.
Yes, 100 for 3 now, Northern Diamonds. I think both times where Izzy Wong has been on the short side, she has been pulled for 6, and that leg side boundary is slightly on the shorter side.
Yeah, Sparks needs to be careful because Izzy Wong can be an expensive bowler. I think she's great and she's a top wicket taker, but she can be very expensive at times.
Holly Armitage now on 23 as she plays a beautiful drive, and it's well fielded by Davina Perrin in the covers for no run. Yeah, I think with your express bowlers, there's always that risk that if the line and length slightly goes off, they will then be expensive, and it's the ball will then come off the bat a lot quicker, and it's more likely to get it to the boundary.
Yeah, with relatively experienced batters at the crease, they can really capitalise off any mistakes that bowlers make.
Izzy Wong back into Holly Armitage, who goes on the back foot and plays it slightly uppishly, and it goes to the third region for 1 run.
It does seem like there's a bit of a slow outfield, but I think with the weather being so good now, it will dry up a little bit, and I think those balls will start racing off the boundary a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what Central Sparks may have been thinking, that it's going to get warmer as the day goes on. It's predicted to be about 18 degrees about 5 o'clock, and maybe that's why they did elect to chase.
Yeah, similar to you, I was quite surprised that they wanted to chase, especially given how their game went last week. But if they can put the pressure on Diamonds now and restrict them to quite a chaseable total, then it really is in Sparks' hands to win this game.
Hannah Baker back into bowl. Holly Armitage, that's a beautiful drive, but it goes straight to mid-off for no run.
Hannah Baker's another exciting young player. I think the regional system has showed how many exciting young players we have coming through with plenty of potential.
That's a quick single from Holly Armitage. She just almost nudged that into the short point region and got through for a single, bringing Bess Heath now back on strike.
The scoreboard has just gone off. And it's back. Scores 101 for 3.
Bess Heath plays a lovely cut shot, and that's gone straight to the backward of point boundary. Fielder for 1 run.
It's also great to see a young leg spinner coming through. We don't see as much leg spin, but I think it's really back on the rise, and the women's game is a great example of that.
Absolutely, as Bess Heath drives that straight to mid-on for... Sorry, Holly Armitage drives that straight to mid-on for no run. Holly Armitage now on 25. Speaking of leg spinners, Central Sparks had Anisha Patel, who's not playing today, but again, I played a lot of cricket with Anisha at Warmley, and she's done quite well previously, not recently, so she's not in the current squad at the moment. As that's pulled by Holly Armitage, but again straight to the mid-on fielder for no run.
Yeah, it's becoming more difficult for players to get into these squads with more professional contracts. Most 11s will be professional, and when you add the England players into that, it makes it even more difficult. But yeah, Anisha Patel, great talent, and seen her quite a few times for Sparks, and of course in that Warwickshire side.
Oh, lovely ball by Hannah Baker. It just misses the outside edge of Holly Armitage's bat and collected by the keeper, Abby Freeborn. Yeah, I mean, one thing I do admire more about the women's game is the fact that many of the girls and the women, they actually are doing jobs other than cricket. It's only more now that you're seeing full contracts, whereas before, I think, for example, Anisha's, I know, went to university, was working, and a lot of girls, so Liz Russell, who again, Central Sparks, so I've seen them and I've seen how they've managed to juggle, and it's quite impressive how they've managed to juggle cricket and their careers as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting one, because you've kind of got professionalism, which on one hand is really good, but it can also take away from that kind of whole person thing, and a young players coming through can fully focus on cricket now, which is great, but it also might mean they don't go into further education and don't have that backup plan, which I think in some ways can be a bit of a problem really, and it needs to be managed quite well, but I know the PCA are very good at kind of helping cricketers figure out future plans and things like that.
Yeah, we've got a change in bowling now. Izzy Wong has finished her quota of overs. And we have got, Georgia Davis, talking about Warmley, former player, another player that I've played with. Again, a very good spinner. As Heath comes out and hits her straight, but goes and collected by the fielder at the mid-on region.
That was a great opportunity. I think it could have been close, and it was just put down.
Yeah, the first ball of the over went straight to the keeper, and that second one, she just came out of her crease to almost smack it to the boundary, but it went to the mid-on fielder. Holly's still on strike, and she cuts that. They get through for a single.
dangerous intent though, that wanting to strike the ball hard and get those boundaries.
Yeah, they're looking to attack Georgia. Bess Heath now on strike. She's on 7 runs off 11 balls as Georgia comes in, and she plays and misses, and it goes past the keeper Abby Freeborn, and they run through for a single. They thought about the second, but it was well chased there.
As a spinner, that's quite hard when you come into the attack and you see the batters wanting to whack you around the park. It's quite frustrating, but at the same time, that's a great opportunity for you to deceive them and get wickets.
Nice little tickle that from Holly Armitage down to the short third region for 1 run. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a bit daunting when you've come on and you've got the batter running out the crease to try and smash the ball, but equally it's a good opportunity to get a wicket. Bess Heath now on strike, who plays a lovely drive, and it's gone to the long off boundary for 4 runs. They're still running, although the ball has crossed the boundary there.
Another boundary for Bess Heath. Looking very, very exciting.
It's taken the Diamonds score to 111 for 3, and that's the end of the 21st over.
Indeed, there's still around 30 runs to go. They've got plenty of time to build up that innings. They're already at 111, so they can pile on plenty more runs and really, really pressurise the Spark side, whose weakness is probably their batting over their bowling.
Yeah. Hannah Baker, yeah. Hannah Baker's still bowling from the commentary box end. I'm sure it's got a more technical term than the commentary box end. The other end, of course, being at the cathedral end. As Hannah Baker comes into Captain Holly Armitage, who goes on the back foot and plays a lovely drive. They get through for a quick single. The ball collected by Georgia Davis there, I think it was, in the cover region.
Yeah, nice direct hit, although the batter was past the crease, so it didn't matter.
So Georgie informs us that this is the new road end.
That would make sense, given the name of the ground.
Yep. We've got, just behind here, we've got a lovely river. Did you come across the river when you came to the ground? Bess Heath on the back foot cuts that down to backward of point for a single, taking the score to 113 for 3.
Yeah, New Road has to be one of the most beautiful grounds I've been to. The river right by the cathedral, when the sun is shining like today, it is so picturesque. And given it's a bank holiday, it's perfect.
Hannah Baker to Armitage, who just digs that one out for no run. Yeah, it's a beautiful little round. It's a lovely little town as well, Worcester. I remember back as a medical student, I used to work here in the summer and walk towards the cathedral every lunch break. That's a great shot by Holly Armitage. She hits it over the head of the mid-on fielder, and it goes to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, a great shot which came flying all the way to us, and it comes all the way down to the boundary. Another powerful shot, just displaying the array of cricket that she can play.
Yeah, looking to up the tempo, these two now, with spinners on at both ends. Armitage on strike, and she plays a lovely cut shot which just escapes the hands of the cover fielder, and they get through for a single.
Yeah, they were unlucky to only get a single from that. Great fielding, kind of got a bit of a hand to it just to slow the momentum of the ball down, so it didn't head all the way to the boundary.
Bess Heath now on strike as she drives that to the leg side for no run.
It does feel like they are upping the tempo a bit, getting a couple more runs from each of the overs and just really trying to put themselves forward.
Yeah, that's the end of the 24th over. Northern Diamonds are 118 for 3, with the skipper Holly Armitage batting on 33 off 50 runs, and on the other end with her is Bess Heath, who's batting on 13 off 15 runs.
Yeah, 7, I believe, from that over. So just highly on the runs.
Georgia Davis into bowl again. Holly Armitage on strike, and she plays our drive uppishly just over the hands of the cover fielder, and they managed to get through for 2.
What Northern Diamonds are doing really well at the moment is they're just playing shots above the head of the fielders that are landing safely and you know, won't be caught, which I think is a technique that's really working for them.
Yeah, 2 so far where I thought potentially could have been caught, but yeah, just over the hands of the bowlers. Tries to cut that, Holly Armitage, but is collected by the fielder to be in Perrin for no run. Holly Armitage now on 35 as Georgia Davis back into bowl to her. She tries to play a sweep shot, and that's a lovely sweep shot, actually reverse sweep past the keeper for 1 run, collected by Davina Perrin.
We've got the very, very fast Davina Perrin chasing after that.
Yeah, she's only 16 years of age.
Unbelievable, sitting her GCSEs this summer, and she's playing professional cricket and has a professional contract, which is just incredible.
Georgia Davis back in, and again try to play a reverse sweep. It's hit the pads and it's given LBW by the umpire. The batter Bess Heath not looking impressed, but she has to go, and that's out. First wicket for Georgia Davis. 1 reverse sweep too many.
A great wicket trapping her LBW, and I think Chloe Tryon is going to come on and come to the crease. Very exciting South African all-rounder.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon, I think she's got the experience of about 200 international games for South Africa behind her. She got 60 odd, I believe, last week against the Western Storms, who were a very exciting prospect here at New Road. She'll be joining Holly Armitage, the skipper. Holly's on 36. The Northern Diamonds score is on 121 for 4. Central Sparks will be happy. It seems that every time Northern Diamonds get a bit of momentum, then a wicket falls and slows things down again. We still have got half of Northern Diamonds' innings to go. As there's a bit of a chat out there in the middle between the new batter Chloe Tryon and the skipper Holly Armitage. Drinks are going back off the field.
Yeah, just a break in drinks. Score 121 for 4. It's very exciting when Chloe Tryon comes to the crease because you know she's going to do something. She's got plenty of experience. She's an explosive batter. So I think she can form a great partnership here with Holly Armitage, both very experienced players and can really take a game away. So again, Sparks will have to be quite cautious because when you've got experience like that, it's difficult.
She plays her first ball against Georgia Davis, and she just works that to the leg side for a single, and she's off the mark on the first ball. Yeah, she's available as well for the whole season. I think one of the problems with overseas players is that they're only available for part of the season, depending on the rest of their itinerary, but she's here, I think, for the most of the season. As Holly Armitage plays a beautiful drive, and that's gone to the long mid-off region for 1 run. And the score goes to 123 for 4. That's the end of Georgia Davis's over. we have completed half of the overs in the Northern Diamonds innings.
Yeah, halfway stage, 123 for 4. So what do you think is a good score from here for the Northern Diamonds?
I think judging by the pitch, I don't think they're doing too badly. I think they'll probably be aiming at around 270, 280.
Yeah, I was going to say similar. I think if these two can build quite a good partnership, then I think they could potentially go a bit higher than that, but I think that's a real target for them.
It's a lovely backward drive, brilliantly fielded by Hannah Baker off her own bowling. And they don't get any runs. Great shot and very well fielded. It's very hard when you're in your after you've bowled and to watch the ball and to pick it up. She bowls again and it's uppishly played and it's caught there at point by Davina Perrin and that's out. The skipper Holly Armitage has to depart.
That is a massive breakthrough for the Central Sparks. Holly Armitage, 37 from 55, I think. That is a very well-timed wicket. You want two brand new batters at the crease. Makes it so difficult for the Northern Diamonds to start that partnership. They both need to find comfort at the crease. So that is a huge wicket and a huge breakthrough for the Central Sparks.
Yeah, not quite where she was hoping that would go. It was a slightly aggressive shot. I think she was aiming more over the head of cover region, but caught there at backward of point by Davina Perrin. It was a good catch, and well, that's somewhat stemmed the hopes of Northern Diamonds probably to get a big score, although they still have Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, that will be a massive blow for the Diamonds. They have got quite good batting depth. However, when you lose the skipper, that is quite a challenge.
Yeah, 5 down at the halfway point isn't what the Northern Diamonds would have wanted. They will again now need to rebuild, get a partnership here between these two, Abigail Glenn, the new batter, and Chloe Tryon, who's only actually faced one ball herself.
Yeah, Abby Glenn, I think, played 2 games for the Northern Diamonds last season. Another young player coming through who has plenty of potential. Unfortunately, got a duck last game against the Western Storm, so we'll look to get off the mark and get a couple of runs this game.
Got Abigail Glenn facing her first delivery, and it's misses everybody, misses her, misses the keeper, and it's the run through for a bye. So technically not off strike yet. Abigail Glenn brings the South African overseas Chloe Tryon. Huge amount of experience behind her. She's now on strike to Hannah Baker. She's bowled quite well so far. And she defends that. There's no run.
As you mentioned, with overseas players being available, it's an absolute asset to Northern Diamonds that they have her for the whole season.
Hannah Baker, it's a full toss, but it's driven straight back to her.
Yeah,
Well
quite a few teams this season have overseas players, but will only be available for a few stints. Sunrisers have Australian Saskia Hawley and Dani van Niekerk later in the season.
It's a nice back foot drive, but straight to the cover region for no run.
And Island all-rounder Orla Prendergast making her debut for the Western Storm today. Thunder have got Deandra Dottin, so there are international stars dotted all over the place, which is great for the tournament, lifts the calibre of it, and it's so exciting for the domestic players here to get to play with and against international cricketers who they wouldn't get to play with previously.
Erin Burns, I believe, is due to come in for the
Sparks.
Central Sparks as well at some point next month. The Australian international.
Yeah, she will add so much to this side. Bags of experience, and just such a kind of cool, calm, collected player. Although she does bowl with a hat on, which I can't say I'm a big fan of.
Must be distracting when you're a batter. So Georgia Davis comes into Abigail Glenn, who drives that, but straight to the fielder in the cover region. Hat as in a cap? Or
Yeah, cap.
Okay.
Yeah, not a floppy or a beanie.
And she's bowled. Abigail Glenn goes on the back foot to that delivery, and it goes straight into the stumps. Another wicket for Georgia Davis. This isn't looking good now for the Northern Diamonds.
No, it's turning into a little bit of a collapse. The spin of Georgia Davis just deceived Glenn and displaced one of the stumps. So Abby Glenn will walk back, I believe, for a duck again.
Yeah, that's a duck for Abigail Glenn. She won't be happy with that. She would have liked to have gone on the front foot, but just rocked onto the back foot, and the ball getting through and hitting the stumps. And Northern Diamonds now 6 down. They've lost 3 very quick wickets.
So Lizzie Scott in, Northumberland born and bred. One of my favourite counties actually in England. She also went to the Under-19 World Cup, played a couple of games and played in that final at Lords and bowled really well. So she'll want to come out here and actually bat for her team and put on a bit of a display, playing with one of the best all-rounders in the world in Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, and having these overseas players must be so good for the others, just to get some experience from, because everybody does things differently, different techniques, and it's always good to have someone as a mentor to watch and to learn from, especially someone with 200 international games behind them. Lizzie Scott on strike to Georgia Davis, and she plays that slightly uppishly, but it falls just short of the cover region.
Yeah, as you say, having someone like Chloe Tryon at the crease is such a great experience for Lizzie Scott to learn from.
Cutting just off the back foot there, but straight to Davina Perrin, and no run. The Diamonds still on 124, 6 wickets down, and they're into their 27th over. This has been brilliant from Georgia Davis. She's into her 3rd over and already got 2 wickets, as Lizzie Scott plays that straight back to her.
Georgia Davis, another player that's picked up a professional contract this season, so can fully focus on her cricket.
Nice drive, but straight to cover region. Yeah, Georgia's actually a police officer, trained as a police officer. Lovely character, always chatting away. And I remember her actually when she was quite young, probably 13, 14, when she was playing club cricket at Warmley. We had a few players from there actually who've come on and done well, with Lizzie Russell, Amy Jones, the big one. I remember seeing her when she was 12 and thinking she's definitely going to play for England, and well, there she is. Hannah Baker continues to bowl. Chloe Tryon plays a nice drive, but very well fielded in the cover region. She dives to her left, and to stop that, I think it was Katie George there who covers. Hannah Baker back into bowl, and another beautiful drive by Chloe Tryon, and it goes to the mid-off region for 1 run.
Yeah, although Chloe Tryon is quite an explosive batter, you do get to see those really nice technical shots from her, and that was another example of that. It's very easy to watch.
Lizzie Scott now on strike to Hannah Baker, and she drives and she misses, and there's an attempt there to hit the stumps. This is good pressure from Central Sparks. Both these spinners doing very well. Hannah's into her 5th over, been very economical, only given 12 runs, 13 runs even, and taken 1 wicket. She back into Lizzie Scott, who lets that one go outside off stump, and it's collected by the keeper, Abby Freeborn. A lot of chat there in the outfield. Driven again by Lizzie Scott, but straight to the cover region, no run. It's Good pressure here from Central Sparks.
Yeah, really good pressure, and Hannah Baker's bowling so well here.
And that's a lovely shot by Lizzie Scott. She plays that, sweeps it almost uppishly into the leg side, and they get through for a single. That completes the end of the 28th over. Northern Diamonds are 126 for 6, with Chloe Tryon batting on 2 and Lizzie Scott batting on 1.
Yeah, I think they'll want to kind of up that run rate a bit, pile back the pressure on Central Sparks, who have kind of closed in. A couple of wickets have fallen, and they've really slowed that run rate down.
Yes, we've got Georgia Davis back in to bowl. Lizzie Scott cuts that, and it's well fielded. Dive there by Davina Perrin. No run.
I think there's quite a bit of pressure when someone like Lizzie comes in and she's bats lower down the order, and she's really got to kind of anchor the innings for her team.
Oh, there's a play and a miss, and it's close, looking for that outside edge. Georgia Davis. No run as it was collected by the keeper, Abby Freeborn. This time defended for no run to mid-wicket. We are into the 29th over now. Northern Diamonds have 4 wickets left. And again, play and a miss, and it's straight to the keeper.
Yeah, Georgia Davis just building up the pressure again for the Sparks.
The sun shining now quite brightly. That's a lovely drive, well fielded there in the covers. Got one hand to it and has managed to stop it going to the boundary. And they get through for a single, taking the score to 127 for 6.
Really good running there, just fast between the wickets, quick decision making, and great communication between the two.
Chloe Tryon defending that last ball of the over for no run. And that completes the 29th over.
Again, another very economical over from Sparks, 1 from the over, and they're keeping that pressure on the Northern Diamonds batters, who are 6 wickets down.
Not much batting to come, I don't feel. The main aim at the moment will be not to get bowled out. As Hannah Baker continues, she's into Lizzie Scott, who goes onto the back foot. Looks very uncomfortable playing that, and there was a slight appeal for LBW.
Yeah, I think Sparks are in probably the best position they could be. They've got wickets in the bag, and that pressure's building again.
And it's bowled! Hannah Baker bowls Lizzie Scott, who plays that, but it misses the baton straight onto the middle stump.
Under 19 World Cup teammate to another under 19 World Cup teammate. Great delivery by Hannah Baker, and just went through the gate and bowled Lizzie Scott, which means that the Diamonds are 7 wickets down.
Yep, not looking good at all for the Northern Diamonds now, losing their 7 wicket. Lizzie Scott was looking a bit tentative. She was just kind of hanging her bat at a couple of those deliveries, and Hannah Baker has managed to get through that gate and bowl her out. This is great bowling from Central Sparks, and it's a fantastic comeback, particularly at one point when Lauren Winfield Hill was going great guns. They've managed to really pull back the Northern Diamonds here, and the chances are they'll probably get bowled out. There's still 20 overs to bat. Yeah,
one teenager leaves the field and another one comes in. Emma Marlowe joining Chloe Tryon at the crease. It's quite difficult when it gets to this stage for a team like Northern Diamonds, because there are still around 21 overs to go. So they want to try and bat it out, but at the same time they need to get runs on the board. So they do have to take risks, and they'll have to play big shots, but that could be quite costly for them, and they don't have many wickets to play with here. So it's about kind of balancing that up. But with Chloe Tryon at the crease, someone who's been in these situations before in international cricket, knows how to kind of work this situation out. I think she is the ideal person to be there, although this is a very difficult situation for the Northern Diamonds.
Hannah Baker to bowl to Emma Marlowe, who defends that for no run. Yeah, I think they will be relying heavily now on Chloe Tryon to just hold this innings together. Hannah Baker back into bowl to Emily Marlowe, who pulls that onto the leg side for a single, bringing Chloe Tryon back on strike. 128 for 7 now. Northern Diamonds into the 30th over. 2 wickets apiece for both Hannah Baker and Georgia Davis. That's a beautiful pull shot from Chloe Tryon, and it's rapidly gone to the leg side boundary for 4 runs.
That was a powerful shot, which I think even if the boundary was far bigger, a fielder would not be able to get to. Textbook Chloe Tryon shot, all the power in the world on that. And to get that power and momentum from spin bowling is quite something. It shows how strong she is.
And a full toss, and again she hits it quite fiercely, and it's going down but collected at long off for 1 run. She'll feel she missed out on that full toss.
Yeah, it was a good shot, but there wasn't quite enough on it to get it all the way to the boundary past Chloe Brewer.
Yes, and that comes to the end of the 30th over, and I'm going to hand back over to the lovely Georgie Heath.
Just got my foot caught in my bag.
Yep, she's just struggling there with her foot stuck in her bag, but she will be joining onto the commentary seat.
Who said we had to do smooth handovers?
There's never anything smooth when it involves my big old size 9s getting caught in a backpack on the way through. Oh, well, the sun's come out a little bit, thank goodness, because I finished my very warm coffee and I was like, what am I going to do if I get cold? But talking of cold, Northern Diamonds will be feeling a little bit chilly, although Chloe Tryon's batting looking hot. As she drives up to mid-off for no run.
This really isn't what I would have predicted heading into the game. The Northern Diamonds are a great batting side, but the Sparks have really got the better of them and have taken them 7 wickets down.
Tryon defends into the offsides, picked up by Davina Perrin, no run, still 133 for 7. I mean, we talked earlier, Polly, you were talking about what would be a good score on this. It's swung a little bit the other way now.
Yeah.
She plays that into the leg side and they run through just for 1. Score moves on to 134.
Yeah, with 20 overs left, they'll be looking at more likely to be getting to around 240, probably pile on 100 more runs. But the big question is they've only got 3 wickets left, so how much can they actually do with that?
In and bowls, and it's defended by Marlowe and picked up again by Davina Perrin. No run again. The squeeze is on. And Chloe Tryon can only watch from the non-strikers. Driven straight back to the bowler.
What's great about Sparks' bowling attack is they've just got so many options. Multiple people will be getting 2-3 wickets each, and it's very spread out between the team.
Davis in, bit flighted. She thought she'd found the edge, but it was just the bowler that was excited, and that closes out 31 overs. The Diamonds 134 for 7. Marlowe just the 1 from her 5 deliveries, and Chloe Tryon 8 from 12. I was so excited to see Chloe Tryon stride out.
Yeah, it's great to see her in a Northern Diamond shirt. I was very excited when it was announced she was coming to play domestic cricket in England. I think it's great that people can come and watch her at places like Worcester and come and see her play. And it's not international cricket. This is domestic cricket, which is amazing.
What seems to be the thing to do as a South African this year, come and join the Hey-Ho Flint as Baker is in. And that's flighted and that's walloped by Chloe Tryon. She didn't quite get the full beans. It's picked up by Potts out at a sort of wide mid-on position. But she sounded like she got a hell of a lot of that. And they scamper back for 2. It moves to 134 for 7. As Baker is in. And Tryon goes big again. She goes very big. And it's just landed inside the boundary over mid-on. Potts is signalling 4, but the umpire has signalled 6.
Chloe Tryon must be lifting really heavy stuff in the gym because she is absolutely whacking those balls. She's doing it off the spin bowling, which is much harder to hit really hard off because you don't really have much pace on the ball. And she's just sending these balls across the boundary, and it is a great sight to see.
And the noise it is making, that one before that came towards the commentary box, I was thinking, how strong is this glass? And yeah, she's getting a lot of power. She lifts some heavy tin, can confirm. As Baker is in and she tries to play that off the back foot Tryon, and she's beaten.
You mentioned her not being the only South African coming over. Of course, Danica Neerkerk's going to come over for the Sunrisers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
As Baker is in, and Tryon works that back past the bowler, and the fielder gives chase, and they will scamper through for 2. That's good running by these two. You're trying to pick up those 2s. Need to push themselves to something more competitive. These Diamonds only got 3 wickets in hand, but I think with Chloe Tryon out in the middle, I saw what she did in the CPL last year, and she really can give it a whack. As Baker is in, and that's full, and that's driven back past the bowler, fielded by Potts at mid-off.
Yeah, played an identical shot there to one previously. Only got the 1 run, but again, just showing what she can do, not backing down at all.
Baker in, and defended by Marlowe. And that is the end of 32 overs. The Diamonds 145 for 7. Emma Marlowe 1 from 5. And Chloe Tryon 19 off 17 for the South African international.
Yeah, big over for the Northern Diamonds, getting 11 runs from it. Much thanks to Chloe Tryon's big hitting. And of course, some great running between the wickets as well.
Do you think she ever gets bored of people, or is it just me and my puns? The word Tryon, she's Tryon really hard and that kind of stuff. Do you think you get to that point as a kid, you're like, yes, I know there are this many puns, I'm going to tell you them before you can say it, and now you can't do it?
To be fair, as a cricketer, she probably gets even more than the average person.
Well, she's Tryon really hard with that one. She's hit it back along the ground, but it will just be 1. It's picked up by the fielder out at long on.
I think we'll have to put a limit on how many times you can use that pun in one section of commentary.
As Davis is in. It's Fuller, and it's driven straight to extra cover. And there's no run. 146 for 7. Davis in, shorter, played off the back foot by Marlowe. Still can't pierce the infield, and it's Chloe Brewer out there. Obviously just joined Sparks this year. She just wanted to wear Smarties on her arms, didn't she?
Yeah, changed from the Stars to the Smarties.
Full, and she looks to defend, and it beats the bat. It's good bit of work behind the stumps. Davis in, shorter, defended by Marlowe. Keeping them quiet here, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's, as I mentioned before with Lizzie Scott, it's a similar thing for Emma Marlowe to come in as a lower order batter and have a lot of pressure of keeping this game alive.
Defended again, and they scamper through as it works off the edge down to 3rd. And that's the end of the over. So 33 overs gone. Diamonds 146 for 7. 147 for 7, I apologise. Scoreboard just ticking over. Emma Marlowe 2 from 11 and Chloe Tryon 20 from 18.
Another quiet over for the Northern Diamonds, only 2 from it. which the Sparks will be absolutely thrilled with. They've really turned up today, and they have a big challenge playing against last year's champions, and especially coming off quite a difficult defeat last week. They've really, really impressed, and have really showed up for their first home game.
Well, I'm not sure if you can hear it on the ground announcement, but it is Izzy Wong to come back into the attack. I really like this from the Sparks. Obviously, Wong picked up those wickets earlier, and she will be important if they want to get this wrapped up quickly.
Yeah, they've built the pressure with the spin, and they're going to bring a bit of pace back. And Izzy Wong is a bit of a wicket taker, so exactly what Sparks need in this position. They probably want an early lunch. Probably getting a bit hungry out there after fielding for 33 overs.
In comes Wong off that long run. And it's worked down to fine leg by Marlowe. Be just the one. Yeah, interesting. And it's a no ball signalled. So it will be a free hit.
Well, if anyone wants to be on strike for a free hit, it is Chloe Tryon.
Not if you're a Sparks fan.
Certainly not. If you're Izzy Wong, that's your worst nightmare. But if you're Emma Marlowe at the other end, you're thinking this is perfect.
Okay, I've got some thinking for you as well. If there's one batter in world cricket you would not want to have to bowl out on a free hit, who would it be? I'll let you have a think. Because I think Chloe Tryon could be quite up there. In comes Wong, 95 on her back. And it's a full toss. And she's got some bat on it. She's managed to work it over the wicketkeeper. And it races away along the ground for 4. And it's another no ball. There's just a discussion going on between Izzy Wong and Jasmine Naeem. Just a few words. I'm not sure what they're saying. Maybe just checking if that was another no ball or not.
Yeah, and it looks like that's another free hit.
Yeah, umpire Jasmine Naeem gives the signal for the free hit. I still think we need some kind of alarm that makes a noise for a free hit. We had that one when I was out at fair break. It made some air raid siren as Wong is in bowling the free hit. And Chloe Tryon has hit that miles in the air. The fielder comes in. She gets under it. She takes the catch. But remember, it is a free hit. She is not out. And Tryon feels she's missed out there.
Yeah, a bit of catching practice for the Sparks. Unfortunately, does fall short of the boundary for Chloe Tryon. So she will not get the boundary. This happened last week at Trent Bridge, that there was a free hit, but I don't think the crowd realised it was, and so the announcer did announce after why there was not a wicket when the catch was taken, which I thought was great.
As Wong's in, she bowls to Marlowe, who defends it back, and it's fielded by Wong off her own bowling. She's just hobbling a little. I think she just got a foot caught, actually. Because something like that, if you don't know, you just think, is the batter just refusing to go? Like, I ain't leaving.
You think you've grasped the rules of cricket, and then something else, and you're like, well, why are they not out? But yes, the no ball cannot be out when the catch is taken from a free hit.
In comes Wong. And Marlowe defends it back. She's got a very upright stance, Wong. She's completely standing up. She's not got that squat like a lot of them. You see some batters, they're really low in their stance, waiting to face. It's interesting to look at.
Yeah, Bess Heath, I notice, it squats quite far down. I think that might be because she's a wicket keeper. It's kind of habit. But then, yeah, you've got contrastingly standing quite high for Emma Marlowe.
As Wong is in. Short ball up in the air from Marlowe. It lands safe, wide of sort of mid-on. And it's well fielded by Potts, and they take the one. So the score moves on to 156 for 7.
Well, on your question of who I would not want to bowl at, I think Chloe Tryon is very high up on that list. I think Sophie Eccleston is another one who's a bit of a dark horse with being a big hitter.
Yeah, I had her high up my list, Sophie Eccleston, as Wong is in. She bowls to Marlowe, who keeps it down and just defends into the covers. Wong fields off her own bowling. No run. The score is 157 for 7. Marlowe on 5. Try on 25. There's got to be others.
Yeah, I think Ash Gardner as well. Bit of a big hitter.
You know who we've forgotten, and I really don't know how. She's playing today for the Thunder.
Deandra Dottin.
Deandra
How
Dottin.
could you forget Deandra Dottin? Of course, yeah, I would never want to ever bowl at her. I think it would just be quite humiliating for me.
As Wong is in, and she bowls Fuller to Marlowe, who defends that into the offside. And there's no run to finish the over. So, at the end of 34 overs, Diamonds 157 for 7. Yeah, I'd rather not bowl it down to Dottin. Thank you.
10 from that over. Of course, the 2 no balls, which I think Sparks would be quite frustrated with, giving away more extras, but they've only given away 13 extras, which is a big improvement on last week's game against the Blaze.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, didn't we? Sort of 27 extras, was it, they bowled? That's worked into the leg side by Chloe Tryon just for 1. The score moves on to 158. There's a few in the crowd here enjoying their Saturday afternoon at the cricket. As Marlowe defends that again into the leg side. No run picked up by Amy Campbell with that towel hanging out like a tail.
Yeah, I think there's just a bit of dampness in the outfield, so towels are necessary.
Davis in, and that's Fuller. And misfield from Amy Campbell, but not costly. She's in at a short extra. Campbell with the double teapot, hands on hips at the moment. Davis in, and it's played off the front foot into the covers by Marlowe. Again, no run. This is really tidy bowling.
Yeah, great bowling by Georgia Davis, again with the spin, just keeping Diamonds quiet.
Again, defended and picked up by Potts. Extra cover. I can hear a seagull. It's quite nice. Makes me feel like I'm on holiday.
It's very far from the sea, probably the furthest you can get from the sea in England. But there's a seagull.
That's played off the back foot to deep cover for just the 1. And that concludes the 35th over. Diamonds 158 for 7. So going on other games, we've got Thunder taking on Western Storm. The Thunder 197 for 6 after 38, after winning the toss and choosing to bat. The Sunrisers, who won their first game last week, chose to bat against the Blaze, and they are 139 for 8 in the 41st over. And the Southern Vipers are taking on the South East Stars. They won the toss and chose to bat, the Vipers, and after 37 overs, they're 192 for 3. So the Sunrisers seem to be struggling a little bit against the Blaze.
Yeah, they do. The Vipers are back to their normal form.
Don't sound too disappointed, Polly.
It's difficult to hide my allegiances sometimes.
Yeah, it was Ella McCacken with 67, Maya Boucher 59, the big run scorers for the Vipers in that game. And we're having a change of bowling here. Katie George back on to bowl. The left arm around the wicket. Shorter to Marlowe, who just works it down to backward point, and it's good running by these two. The bails were whipped off, but Tryon was easily home.
I think you spoke about this before, but it is great to see Katie George back to full fitness playing. She's an excellent player and really can play that all-rounder role so well. So it's good to see her back in action and making this move to Sparks has really worked, and I think she's been excellent in the last 2 games.
Just sending the fielder fine leg, slightly squarer. Wary of that try-on pull shot. Short ball from Katie George. Try-on ducks under it. And that is her one for the over, signalled by umpire Jasmine Naeem.
Have you ever considered umpiring at all?
Do you really think I have sense of concentration that would last long enough to even do 6 balls standing still?
It's just a question.
It's very nice of you. I don't think so. I'd get too invested and too distracted.
Yeah, similarly, I think I would get too invested. I'd start cheering. I'd start going like, ooh. But
There'll be lots of oohs, or we'd be terrible. As Katie George is in, left arm round, and it's full, and it's up in the air, off the edge of Tryon. The fielder takes the catch, and that is the end of Chloe Tryon. And Katie George waves both arms in the air in the direction of Chloe Tryon, who looks irritated with herself as she has to stroll off. She goes for 26 of 22.
Yeah, a little bit of a send-off there from Katie George, but I think that is fair enough when you get out a world-class player like Chloe Tryon. Unfortunately for Chloe Tryon, it was a bit short and went safely into the hands of the fielder.
Well, the score is 160 for 8. I like that from Katie George. She kept her guessing. She went short with her one short for the over, and then she still kept it short, but not quite the bouncer. Kept Tryon guessing. She probably wasn't expecting it, having already seen one. And she has to go, and that is 8 wickets down for the Diamonds. They're only at 160. I don't see them making it through their 50 overs at this rate, Polly.
No, me neither. I think when you've got those lower order batters in, there's so much pressure on them, and without Chloe Tryon, Emma Marlowe and the new batter Katie Levick have really got to try and make something of this. But it's challenging. You know, top bowlers have still got a couple of overs left, and will feel confident with how they've been bowling. So it's a real challenge for the Northern Diamonds batters, and of course they don't want to get bowled out, but at the same time I don't think they can push for a really big score without taking risks.
I think they're going to have to go risk-taking at this point. There's no point nudging and nerdling and trying to just stay in for another 15 overs. Katie Levick, obviously she was talk of the town last week, took her 300th wicket, but now she's got a job to do with the bat today.
Yeah, Katie Levick, of course, we see her bowling leg spin most of the time, but we're seeing her with the bat at the moment, and she's got a big job to do for the Northern Diamonds, a team which she feels very much at the centre of. She's been around the setup for a long time with Yorkshire. She's a bit of a Yorkshire legend, really, so really important person in this side.
I've got a Katie Levick story for you after this. So it's Katie George to Katie Levick, left arm round. Well, it's got a bit of spice on it. And she leans away from it, and it flies through to the keeper. So Katie Levick was the first person I ever interviewed as an actual journalist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
And that was in the days before this competition existed. So that was 2019 when she'd just been named Guardian Women's Cricketer of the Year. And she was like, I actually don't know what's next. I don't know what happens with cricket for me now, because the KSL was finished and they didn't know what was to come. As George is in, and it's shorter again, and Levick watches it fly past her grill. Yeah, so at the time, this tournament didn't exist, and the professionalisation of the women's cricket game was really in question.
Yeah, and it's been amazing to see how it's transformed over the last couple of years with this system coming in, and Katie Levick picked up a professional contract last year, and you know, before that she was working in the offices at Headingley and having to balance cricket alongside that. So it's just incredible to see how different life is for these cricketers now.
George is in, and that's a lovely shot from Katie Levick, played just past backward point, and they pick up 1 run score, 161 for 8, and Levick is off the mark, and that is the end of the 36th over.
Yeah, Katie Levick she's a great character to have in a team, and myself and my dad over on our podcast have a bit of a joke with her, because we did call the Northern Diamonds the serial chokers, because they lost 2 Rachel Hayer Flint finals in a row, and then we got to see them win at Lord's. So we did go and congratulate Katie and say, congratulations on getting rid of that title that we did. We gave them, which I think was perhaps a little bit harsh, but they took it in good spirit and of course took that title in 2022.
It's the sort of South Africa of the women's regional cricket world.
Yeah.
And Davis to continue. And that's Fuller and defended back to her by Levick. So Katie Levick is a bit of a joker around the Northern Diamonds team as Davis is in, and that's chipped up in the air and taken by Amy Campbell, easy as you like, moving to her left at extra cover. And Katie Levick, we've talked her up, said she had to have a day with the bat, but she has to go for one. And the Diamonds are all but out of this batting innings. They're 161 for 9 now.
Another excellent spell by Georgia Davis. Levick walks back, probably quite frustrated. She did have a big job to do, and unfortunately she could not do that today. It does put the Diamonds in such a difficult position with 1 wicket left, and they won't be satisfied with 161. They will have wanted much more, and this could be a really chaseable total for the Central Sparks. They've worked so hard in this first innings to pile on the pressure and take those wickets, and they've set up their second innings so nicely.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? Just as the sun is coming out as well. That's always a nice thing to think when you've got to come out and bat. And at this rate, they're going to get an early lunch, play in the sunshine, and have a happy Saturday. But we can't say that until you can never really judge a wicket until both teams are batted. We've always got to mention that one. And they have got some strong batters in their lineup, this Spark side. So it could be spicy. You never know.
Spicy.
Low scoring thriller. Oh, I love a low scoring. I love a low scoring thriller. I do.
I'm not going to do a Yorkshire accent with my Lancashire roots. I don't think that would go down very well.
Right.
No.
I sort of think I'm Northern. My mum's from Yorkshire. Makes me basic. If Diamonds win, I'm
exactly.
Yorkshire. As Davis is in, and she looks to defend that, and has he got an edge? And she's gone. She's out. First ball, and it's the finest of edges. What a take behind the sticks. And that is the end of the Diamonds innings. They are all out for 161, and Georgia Davis takes back-to-back wickets to clean up the Diamonds' tail.
Absolutely fantastic. There was a bit of a fumble there by Abby Freeborn with the gloves, and it looked like it was going to drop, but she did a full-length dive and managed to secure it, and there was a big appeal, and the wicket was given. I said Northern Diamonds would not be happy with 161, and that's what they've fallen to.
Well, what a day for the Sparks bowlers. They've shared it around somewhat. 2 each for Wong, George, Baker and Davis, picking up 3 with those 2 off the last 2 balls of the innings. Yes, like you said, the Northern Diamonds won't be happy with that batting performance at all. It started so well. Lauren Winfield-Hill, 42, but when she went, they just got a bit stuck and it got a bit turgid. No one else really managed to make too much of a dent. Holly Armitage, a valiant 37. She scored, the captain, and then Chloe Tryon, a bit of a cameo, 26 off 23. But the story of the day really is the Sparks bowlers. They shared it around. Obviously, we saw that 6 go in the first over and we thought we could be in for something big here. But they had the squeeze on. They put the pressure on and it was really impressive. So the bowlers, Izzy Wong picked up 2 for 44 from her 8. Katie George, 2 for 25 from 5. Hannah Baker, 2 for 31 from her 7. And Georgia Davis, in the end, finishing up with 4 wickets for just 19 off her 7.3. How impressive was she today, Polly?
She was fantastic. And again, it was the spin that really suffocated the Diamonds. That's exactly what happened to Central Sparks last week in their game against the Blaze. And so the Sparks have kind of taken that, have seen what the Blaze did and have brought that into this game, which is fantastic to see. And And Georgia Davis had a great day, 4 for 19, economy of just over 2.5. Which is a great day out for Georgia Davis. And I mentioned before about Sparks really sharing out the wickets. We saw that with Wong, George Baker and Davis all taking wickets. And then, of course, Potts and Arlott were both quite economical. So a great day with the ball for the Sparks. And you just hope that they can back that great performance with the bat this time. I know they've struggled with batting previously, but they do have a lot of depth in that team. They've got players like Abby Freeborn, who were excellent last season. Of course, their captain, Eve Jones. So they are in the prime position. And quite frankly, it's Sparks' game to lose. So they'll really want to secure the win here.
Yeah, you say that, Sparks' game to lose, because remember when they won the toss and they chose to bowl first, we were all a little bit sceptical. They struggled to chase last week, but if ever there is a time to find your chasing form, it's when you're only chasing 161. So it will be interesting to see whether they tinker perhaps with that batting lineup. Do you send in Wong early? We've saw that she's at the moment carded to come in later down the innings, but perhaps they'll have a mix around. They've got a few players who are looking to find some batting form, and there is no better place to do it than in a home game in the sunshine on a bank holiday weekend with you and me in the commentary box. We love to see exciting things happen, and they deserve it, actually, if they can chase this down. They've bowled so well, so if they can back this up with their batting, it puts a spanner in the works. They're looking for their first win of this tournament so far this year, so I'm really excited to see what this chase is, and I'm also really excited to see what's for lunch.
Me too.
And I think with that, we are going to love you and leave you, but we will be back in around half an hour to see if Sparks can chase this down. Welcome back. I hope you've had a lovely lunchtime. We've enjoyed the glorious sunshine here at New Road, Worcester. And the Sparks are about to start their chase. The Diamonds all bowled out for 161. Top scorer Lauren Winfield-Hill at the top of the innings with 42. But the talk of the day with the ball was Georgia Davis picking up 4 wickets in 7.3 overs for just 19 runs. 2 wickets off the final 2 balls to close out that Diamonds innings. It was a struggle, and the Sparks, having put the Diamonds into bat, will be very pleased with this as a chase down. So Captain Eve Jones is out in the middle with young Chloe Brewer, who was fresh to the Sparks this year. I'm joined by the wonderful Samara in her resplendent orange hoodie as we watch this chase get underway.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's going to be an interesting chase. Northern Diamonds holding short of what they would have hoped for and getting 161.
And the first ball, Eve Jones lets go past through to the wicketkeeper Lauren Winfield-Hill. Well, it depends. If they can get, I would say, 2 early wickets in maybe the first 5 overs, they'll feel like they are in it. As Lizzie Scott is into the left-handed Eve Jones, who defends. They're yet to get off the mark. If you can get the squeeze on, you can hear them in the field, the Diamonds. They've really got their voices up, which is good. They're not feeling too bogged down by the low score. They know they've got the bowlers, so perhaps get the likes of Eve Jones early and they'll feel like they're in this. And she's off the mark as she works that into the leg side for 1. And the Diamonds, the chase is on for the Sparks. Scott is in, and that's shorter, and that's up in the air, but stopped at point on one bounce by Stair Callis there at point. And there's no run. Score stays 1 without loss. And that's played again to point. This is a really tidy first over from young Lizzie Scott. And Chloe Brewer yet to get off the mark. Well, Eve Jones is at the other end at the moment. Scored 29 of her 63 last week. As Brewer defends back to the bowler, and that closes out the first over. Just the 1 run coming from it. Sparks, they need 162 for win. They're currently 1 for none after 1.
Yeah, very tidy start from Northern Diamonds. Very good from Lizzie Scott bowling exactly at the right spot. Only 1 run from that over. I guess the Sparks are probably going to get their eye in first of all. Suss out the pitch and the conditions.
Well, Chloe Brewer went for a 3-ball duck last week, so looking to improve on that. Doesn't want to make it back-to-back in her first year at the Sparks and her first year with a pro contract after making the move from the South East Stars.
From the New Road end, which is our end, we've got Jessica coming into bowl. Not seeing much of those.
No, not a lot so far. We didn't see much of her with the bat either today, but she's got some pace, and that's shorter and worked to backward square leg by the left-handed Eve Jones. And it's just the one run. I was watching her warm up earlier. She's got some real pace, Jess Woolston. Just 20 years old. Didn't bat last week. Picked up 1 for 28 from 5 overs and a catch. It's come through Durham, lots of the northern stuff. The Durham Academies, Yorkshire Under-17s, Northern Diamonds Academy. And she beats the edge of Chloe Brewer. So she's a product of the north, Jess Woolston.
A lot of these Northern Diamond players are born and brought up and play most of their cricket up north.
Maybe you just don't want to venture south when it's so nice up north.
Except for the weather.
Well, that, yeah. So right arm over, and that's... She looks to work that away, and it's found an edge, and it's raced away to the boundary, sort of behind the keeper, but actually cleaned up by the fielder down there. And the score moves on to 3.
Yeah, not quite where she hoped it would go. At the bottom edge of the bat, and that become kind of right down at the boundary.
Woolston's in, and Brewer leaves. It goes through to Winfield Hill behind the stumps, and Chloe Tryon is there next to Winfield Hill at slip, which I like. I love opening with a slip. She's got a good pair of hands as well, the South African international. We saw her hit some hefty shots today. The noise it was making off her bat as Woolston's in, and that's left again by Brewer. And score remains 4 for none.
Good line that this is where Wilson is throwing to the back side of the stump. It's very difficult for the batter to get that from the line or to even drive it.
And that's full, and it's found an edge and worked away to square leg for 1 off the bat of Chloe Brewer, and the score moves on to 5 at the end of 2.
Scots do need to win this, I think, for that confidence. They've lost their last game and they didn't look too well in the last season, so I think a win here against the champions, the current reigning champions, will do them a lot of good going into the next game and the rest of the season.
And in a minute, I will give you a rundown of what's going on in the rest of the Hey Ho Flint Trophy around the country. But Lizzie Scott is in, and it's defended into the offside by Chloe Brewer. They're going to have to be quick, and it's good running. Eve Jones called it early, and they run 3 for 1, and the score ticks on to 6. So around the country, obviously here we've got Northern Diamonds taking on the Central Sparks. The Thunder versus Western Storms. Thunder still in their innings, 214 all out after 44.4 overs. So that's the innings break there. Sunrisers hosting the Blaze. There in the innings break, all out for 159 as Lizzie Scott is in, and that's defended back up to mid-on by Eve Jones. And the Vipers, 283 for 5 in the last over against the South East Stars. So good recovery for them from last week. Sunrisers was so impressive last week, all out for 159 today. As Lizzie Scott is in, right arm round to the left-handed Eve Jones, who works it away to point. And there is no run. We were so impressed by what Sunrisers did last week with the bat. They sort of came out, and I heard Polly describing, we've seen Bazball in the England men's game, and now we've got Tennant Ball with the Sunrisers. As Scott is in, and that's full and defended back.
Talk me through
Tennant Ball, I think it was more go out, hit hard, and that's what they did from the off really last week, the Sunrisers. They've really struggled the last few seasons, and they got off to an absolute flyer, beating the Southern Vipers in their first game of the season. As Scott is in, and that's shorter and defended again to extra cover by Eve Jones, and the score remains at 6 for none. We did, yeah, lapped up some sunshine, managed to find a dog in the crowd, so my lunchtime was very happy. And that's played into the cover region by Eve Jones. And there is no run. So at the end of 3, the Sparks are 6 without loss. Eve Jones 2 from 9 and Chloe Brewer 4 from 9.
Steady watchful start here from two openers, Eve Jones and Chloe Brewer. They won't want to lose any early wickets at any cost.
Well, that's all they really need at the moment, a steady start. Don't lose any early wickets. We saw a 6 in the first over of the Diamonds innings, sort of out of nowhere really, to that short boundary. But Woolston to continue, right arm over. And it beats the edge, and it's the edge, and it's taken! And she's out! She has to go! That is the end of Chloe Brewer. She edges behind, caught by Lauren Winfield-Hill off the bowling of Jess Woolston. And just the first ball of the 4th over, and that is just the breakthrough the Diamonds needed. Chloe Brewer, she has to go for 4.
So Jessica Wilson being rewarded there for her persistent great line just outside off stump. Wasn't there to drive, but Chloe Brewer pushed at it and took the edge up and straight to the keeper. Just as we were saying, they wouldn't want to lose any early wickets. Unfortunately, for the Central Sparks, they have lost one very early wicket.
Yeah, well, that is just the start that the Diamonds would have wanted. They've got the Sparks 6 for 1. Remember, they're only defending 161, but that is really important to get that early wicket. Chloe Brewer, she went without scoring last week, and it was just 3 today, and that brings Abby Freeborn to the middle to join her captain, Eve Jones. She was good behind the stumps today, scored 15 or 46 last week, Freeborn, and 3 catches. Impressive.
Yeah, she's very impressive. She's a very good wicket keeper, but she's played some brilliant innings as well, and I think Sparks will be in need of one of those innings today.
Well, it's still the left-hand, right-hand combination, which is always really good to have up at the top of the innings. We've got the left-handed Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn just taking guard, but great start for young Woolston to nab her first wicket of the day.
Good pace and good accuracy so far, both. And both of these are making bowlers like Lucas Scotland
And she's in, right arm over and full, and Freeborn looks to drive, finds the inside edge onto her own pad, and there's no run. They're up and about, aren't they, these Diamonds? They're sort of leaping around as they pass the ball around. There was an under-the-legs throw from one of the fielders to another, so they don't feel like they're out of this at all, I don't think.
No, I've liked their body language ever since they've started. They've been very energetic and very positive.
Woolston's in, and that's worked into the leg side to get Freeborn off the mark. And so the score is 7 for 1. Eve Jones 2 from her 9, and Abby Freeborn 1 after just 2 deliveries.
Always nice to get off the mark when there's that relief. Thinking about you, get the instant theory.
Yeah, you can get very in your own head about it. I think I'd rather be out for a first ball duck than sort of a 12th ball duck. The anxiety, can't deal with it. As Eve Jones defends that back to Woolston, there's no run. The score remains 7 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd be happy with the 12 ball duck. I think it just means it'll be in there a little bit longer.
I feel guilty though that I'm sort of eating up deliveries that someone else could be using, and I've done nothing with it. And Woolston is coming round the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones, who works that down to fine leg. The chase is on by Chloe Tryon, and they will pick up just the one run. The score moves on to 8 for 1.
Yeah, you know what they it's all about getting those singles and avoiding those dot deliveries. Really, I think T20 cricket is so much of that around, but actually it's still strange.
And we've gone right arm over to the right-handed Freeborn, who just straight bats it back to the bowler. And that is the end of a very successful over for the Diamonds, the wicket coming from it. So at the end of 4 overs, the Sparks are 8 for 1.
No steady start. Didn't want the one hit that would really hurt Central Spark at this stage. They need to keep their composure, get a good partnership going here. Eve Jones is of course very experienced. She's been in many tricky situations and got 3 come through.
And in comes Lizzie Scott, right arm over to the left-handed Eve Jones, who just looked like she'd almost found the edge. And the ball flies through to Winfield Hill, who's down on her haunches briefly. That was tantalisingly close. Oh, they would be excited if they got Eve Jones here, wouldn't they?
Certainly, yes, they would definitely fancy their chances of winning this game if they get Eve Jones quickly.
Round the wicket again. Jones works that into the cover region. No run. Score remains 8 for 1. It's funny, we joke and we say all these things, don't run on a missed field, that you're taught as a really young kid, and you sort of joke and say, oh, don't run on a missed field, but really, don't run on a missed field. They teach you it for a reason, as Scott is in, and that's just beaten the edge of a driving Eve Jones. The voices are really up and around with the Diamonds at the moment. They've got the squeeze on already, just building that pressure, especially with that early wicket. As Scott sets off round the wicket again, and Eve Jones just flicks that into the leg side between the two fielders, and they're going to come back for 2. That's a lovely shot. That's all they need to do really at the moment. Rack up. They can do this in 1s and 2s very happily and still make it home for tea.
Absolutely. You've got a long drive back from you, really?
Yeah, sort of 2 hours, but it's all right. Get something on the radio, sing along as Eve Jones leaves that through to the wicketkeeper. No run. Score remains 10 for 1. Yeah, long drive, but you know what? I like the sound of my own singing. I'm sure there'll be plenty to listen to on the radio. Catch up on a podcast or 2.
Yep, also plenty of cricket on.
Yeah, lots of cricket on around the country. Cricket, rugby, everything going on. Maybe I'll catch the end of the other Rachel Hayhoe Flints as Scott is in and Jones looks to play that into the leg side and misses, and it goes through to Lauren Winfield Hill, and that is the end of the 5th over. Sparks 10 for 1. Talking of the other games around the country today, Thunder finished 214 at the end of their innings, and it was a fantastic 74 from Emma Lamb, as well as a 41 from Deandra Dottin, world boss. We know what she can do. The exciting prospect in that game is the left-armed seamer, Mahika Gore, with the ball for Thunder. She's going to be quite something in the women's game. She's got the pace, she's got the guile, and she just makes it look so easy. Coming in from 6'3" as Woolston continues, and that's driven up to mid-on by Freeborn.
She played a favourite song, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She was the talk of the town. The young UAE seamer plays at Thunder, and also made history this week as the first female to play for Sedbergh School's first team.
And she's 6'3", did you say?
Made me feel really short at breakfast talking to her. It's fantastic. As Woolston is in, and that's worked off the hip into the leg side by Freeborn. The score moves on to 11 for 1. A lot of bounce, but she makes it look effortless as well. You know, when we talk about a lot of these pace bowlers and they put so much aggression into their body, you sort of worry about stress fractures and all that kind of thing. But she never really had that. It was just easy looking. Definitely one to watch for the future and the present. As Woolston comes round the wicket to Eve Jones, who just works it into the cover region. And there is no one run. The score remains 11 for 1. So how's your season shaping up, Samara?
So, not good actually. We had one friendly for rain, and our first game is supposed to be tomorrow, but as well.
As Woolston comes round the wicket, and it's worked down to fine leg by Eve Jones, and they pick up 1 run. The score ticks on to 12 for 1. I'm not really at the moment. I might try and get a few games in. If I'm at my mum's, I like to play for the pub team, but that's very much in the middle of a field where there are still sheep. And there's sheep excrement. It's good fun. You sort of go via the beer barrel as Woolston is in, and that's played along the ground into the cover region, bisects the 2 fielders, and that is the first boundary off the bat of Abby Freeborn. Yeah, copy and paste that one. Abby Freeborn. The score moves on to 16 for 1. Freeborn now 6 from 6, and Eve Jones 4 from the 19 that she has faced. Woolston in, right arm over. Defended, no run from Abby Freeborn. Well, that closes out the 6th over. Sparks 16 for 1. Chasing the 161. So the 162 they need to win this game and clock their first win of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy 2023. Looks like it will be Lizzie Scott to continue. Worked to mid-wicket by Eve Jones, the left-handed Eve Jones. So the mid-wicket, the leg side is the larger boundary for Eve Jones at the moment, the left-hander. We can see the boundary over to the far side is the short boundary. And she plays that up in the air, but it's past the fielder, and that will race along the floor to the boundary, and that is 4 for Eve Jones, looking to just up her run rate. I mentioned that that was the longer boundary, but when you beat all the fielders, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, let me shut that. Slightly
Scott in round the wicket. Defended and picked up by mid-on. No run. And the score remains 20 for 1. Still got the voices up, sounding pretty positive, this Diamond side. If they can just nab a wicket, they'll feel they're really in this. And there's an appeal, but it was just Lauren Winfield Hill really getting a bit overexcited. Got in around the wicket. Full dug out by Eve Jones. On the bounce back to the bowler, and there's no run. Score remains 20 for 1. 2:05 here in lovely Worcester. Cathedral in the distance. Sun not quite peeping through the clouds at the moment, but not chilly out there. And perhaps the fielder's happy with a bit of overcast as it's full again and driven along the ground, back past the bowler, straight as an arrow off the bat of Eve Jones, and that will be another 4 to the total. Goes up to 24 for 1. And that's the end of the 7th over. So Sparks set that target of 162, are currently 24 for 1 after 7. Eve Jones opening. She's currently 12 from her 25, accompanied by wicketkeeper batter Abby Freeborn, 6 off 7. Yeah, Emma Marlowe is going to come onto bowl. So we're going for a bit of spin. Yeah, I'm not adverse to it. Bowl her right arm off breaks. The young 19-year-old didn't pick up any wickets against Western Storm last week. Went for 41 off her 7, so going almost 6 and over. But I like this change up. She's in, and Freeborn sweeps into the leg side, and they pick up 1. Good running. Eve Jones scampers through, and they move on to 25 for 1. Yeah, we saw pace was impressive earlier. Wong picking up those 2 wickets. The key wicket of Lauren Winfield Hill. And Holly Armitage is just moving her field around, bringing the fielder into short. Bringing the fielder into cover. And we've got a deep cover. Fielder out on the boundary at mid-wicket to the left-hander, and it's just flat batted back to extra cover. And there's no run. Score remains 25 for 1. Marlowe in, round the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones, who tries to work it off her hip, and it is signalled wide. Always difficult with that left-hand, right-hand combination for the bowlers, especially the spinners trying to find that line. She's in round the wicket, and that's worked to cover by Eve Jones. Has to stretch a bit for that one. And there's another dot. Score remains 26 for 1. Yeah, sort of rushing the batter a little bit. More in, and that's signalled wide again. You can see it's just causing that bit of trouble, the left-hand, right-hand combination. She's struggling to find her line a little bit here. Emma Marlowe. She's in, and that again is wide. That's another wide from Marlowe. She just needs to take a moment, have a breather, Looks like her captain is just having a few words. You don't need to stress. It's just cricket.
Yeah, I think you just need to pause for a few seconds and just get her line, thinking about that line and 4 wides so far this over.
Yeah, 1 down the leg side and 3 wide of the left-handed batter, Eve Jones. And that's another wide. And that's 5 wides so far this over. The score ticks on to 30 for 1. The young 19-year-old Emma Marlowe. That's much better. She finds her line and it's defended into the offside by Eve Jones for no run. Round the wicket again, and it was a muted appeal. It very much sounded like the middle of the bat. I agree. Marlowe's in round the wicket, and that's wide, signalled by umpire Jasmine Naeem. Yeah, Naeem Ashraf. And that's much better line. Fuller from Marlowe. Found the line, found the length, and Eve Jones just defends it back to her. And that is the end of the 8th over. Sparks 31 for 1. Yes, so few clouds overhead.
Yeah, I've checked the forecast. It's not supposed to rain. In fact, it's supposed to get warmer by around 5 o'clock, so I think we might finish by then.
You never know. You just never know in a game of cricket.
3 hours. Sparks is so much. 160.
Well, you mentioned that you wanted to see Woolston take another over. She is actually, from the far end this time, going to be taking the ball. And I like this, change in end, but we saw she was impressive. She took that wicket earlier. And so Abby Freeborn will be facing up to the pacer. Right arm over. And that's full, and it's wide down the leg side. The fielder at fine leg cleans up. And that's another 1 to the total. Sparks move on to 32 for 1.
Yeah, I'm of the thinking if it's not broken, don't fix it. She was doing well at the other end, very, very well. And a wicket.
Yeah, interesting. She's now bowling from the cathedral end. So in bowls to the left-handed Eve Jones, who beats her bat. And Lauren Winfield Hill sort of looks as if agonisingly close to the bat. She's closer to it than we are, so she knows how close that was to the edge of the captain Eve Jones's bat in her left hand. And she's up to the stumps. Lauren Winfield Hill. I like to see this. Put a bit of pressure on. As Woolston is in and Eve Jones defends back to her. She picks up in her follow-through. Score remains 33 for 1.
Yeah, I wonder what the thinking was behind the switching of ends.
I'm not really sure. I don't know if it was whether they thought about the change might make some kind of difference, realised it didn't want to come back on with pace, and so they just went, right, let's turn it back to our wicket taker today. She comes in round the wicket, defended straight bat by Eve Jones and fielded by Holly Armitage at cover. No, she doesn't need to go at a fast run rate here. Chasing a small total as Woolston is in and Jones works that back to Armitage at extra cover. Again, no run. 33 for 1. Little bit quieter out there, the Diamonds. You feel that would change just as I say that. And that chipped up in the air over mid-wicket. 2 bounces and it races away for 4. Lovely looking shot from the left-handed Eve Jones, and that adds 4 to the total. Sparks moving along nicely to 37 for 1.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Eve Jones, and you could tell something was about to give. She played these last 3 shots quite aggressively, beautiful shot up and straight over the head of fielders and into the boundary.
Wilson needs to recover here. She's in. She bowls full and straight to Jones, who just straight bats it. And it's picked up one-handed by the fielder, and there is no run. So at the end of the 9th over, Sparks are 37 for 1. Eve Jones 16 off 36, and Abby Freeborn 7 from 8. Well, Jones, you look at that, it's not the strike rate we see in obviously lots of T20 around the world, but it doesn't need to be. They only need 162 to win today. She's doing a job. She's anchoring this innings, and she's also farming the strike somewhat. Abby Freeborn has only faced 8 deliveries. The wicket to fall, obviously, was Chloe Brewer.
Yeah, and as we saw with the Northern Diamonds, Lauren Winfield was actually doing very well at a very good strike rate, but once she was gone, there was a miserable collapse, and Eve Jones wouldn't have that. She'd be happy to play at this strike rate as long as they're in and there's a partnership going, because the score's not actually a very big one. They're only shooting 161. As long as they've got wickets in hand, it is possible.
And that's straight batted by Abby Freeborn for no run. And there's a change in the bowling. Abby Glenn is bowling from the New Road end. Picked up 2 wickets last week in her List A debut for the Diamonds. And that's clubbed into the leg side. Bit of a misfield, and they scamper through for 1, and the total ticks on to 38 for 1.
Yeah, not quite timed as though how she wants to have a free one. It's a short delivery which is cool, and only as far as
It was Abby bowling to Abby. Abbey Road. Abbey Road here at New Road. I'm a fan of that. Yeah, she was impressive in her List A debut for the Diamonds last week. Picked up those 2 wickets for 34 in 4.5 overs. Didn't manage anything with the bat, Abby Glenn. And that will be signalled wide down the leg side. And that adds another to the total, so the Sparks move on to 40 for 1. As a seagull flies overhead. Right arm over to Abby Freeborn, who just works that into the leg side for 1 run. Quick pick up by Bess Heath. And the one-handed throw comes in to Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps. Total moves on to 41 for 1. Yeah, it's a good rebuild from these two. Eve Jones, she knows how to anchor an innings. We've seen her do it 100 times. As that comes off the edge. Down to backward point, no run. And that's full and straight, and that's just beaten Jones, who was trying to cut that away. And as they say, a dot ball's a hot ball. Sparks still 41 for 1.
Yeah, good over the ball from
And that's lovely noise off the bat, but straight along the ground to the fielder. And that closes out the power play. And that's the end of 10 overs. Sparks 41 for 1, set 162 to win. Eve Jones opened the batting. She's still there, 16 off 39. And Abby Freeborn, 9 off 11. The wicket to fall, Chloe Brewer, who went for 4.
It's turning into a bit of an exciting game. It's could be a low-scoring thriller. We hold no responsibility for that.
Absolutely not. As Jones takes strike and Jessica Wilson continues, that just defended to region for no run.
It's interesting, at this point in the game, the Northern Diamonds were 49 without loss. So we're in the better position. Of course, later in the innings, they lost a couple of wickets. But as I mentioned, we could be on for a low-scoring thriller with Sparks being 1 wicket down, 42 for 1.
Jessica Wilson comes back into captain Eve Jones, who plays a quick shot, and she's played it beautifully, dissecting the fielders there at cover and point, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, we've seen some kind of bursts of energy from Eve Jones and some excellent shots kind of weaved among a couple of dot balls. So it's quite a steady innings at the moment, I would say. Sparks will want to get the game, the pace up a little bit perhaps, but they're quite comfortable at the moment. They can take a couple of risks, but they'll want to keep these two in at the moment, having already lost 1 wicket quite early on.
Yeah, it seems like Eve Jones in the last couple of overs is just trying to have that momentum for the Sparks. She's very steady innings at the moment with 20 after 1 deliveries. She's capable of upping her strike rate at any point as she goes again, and she plays in misses, beating the outside edge. Great delivery again from Jessica Wilson.
Yeah, Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn have had a lot of time together at the crease, so they're solid people to have out there batting. They know how each other play the game, and so for Sparks that's really important.
Wilson into Eve Jones, who just pinned it this time for no run. Yeah, they've both played a lot of cricket together. They've both had big partnerships together, so they'll be comfortable and they'll know what they need to do. Their main aim would be not to lose a wicket now, just to keep this partnership going as long as it can. Again, Wilson into Eve Jones. A bit short, she cuts it back, comes straight to the front fielder. She's disappointed in herself. I think she was trying to play it a bit squarer than what she ended up playing it. And that's the end of the 11th over. The score is 46 for 1. That's Sparks here versus Northern Diamonds at New Road, Worcester, in the Rachel Hayco Flint Trophy. Central Sparks won the toss, elected to field first. Northern Diamonds started off very well, but then had a collapse and were bowled out for 161 with Georgie Davis taking 4 wickets. The star bowler, 4 wickets and 19 runs in her 7 overs.
It's quite interesting now because at this point the Diamonds were 54 for 1. So both teams a wicket down, and very small margins between the amount of runs scored.
Abigail Glenn goes Abby Green, Fawn, Abby to Abby, as Georgie pointed out, and that's driven straight to the fielder for no run.
So perhaps it is the wicket that is, reducing the amount of runs, and it is just perhaps a slower game.
Yeah, I don't think it could be that close as we one of the balls stopped. A great full shot there from Abigail, and it's going towards the fielder at fine leg. It's collected, and they managed to get through for a single, bringing Steve Jones back on strike.
And so far, Northern Diamonds have played quite a young bowling attack with the likes of Glenn, Woolston, Scott and Marlowe. So they'll look to bring some experience in a little bit later, but it's great to see such talent within the youth.
Steve Jones on the strike, and she plays that, and they run for quick single. It's going to be tight, and there's an appeal as the ball hits the stumps, but it's not out. Abigail Freeborn dives in and makes her ground.
Yeah, full length dive, full commitment to that, and I think she's safely home.
Yeah, it was hit to mid wicket by Jones, and she's quite quick with her running. Abigail Freeborn coming through and makes a nice dive to make her ground. 48 for 1 is Sparks' score. Abigail Glenn into the second over. Abigail Freeborn on strike, who sweeps that to the fine leg fielder, who gets through for a single.
I haven't seen much of Abby Glenn before, but it's always good to see new bowlers on the circuit. Has not played much for the Northern Diamonds, but hopefully will stay around a little bit longer.
Yeah, she's got a good run up, good action. She bowls to Steve Jones, who picks it up with pads and goes to the fielder down the fine leg for 1 run.
Yeah, the Northern Diamonds are very loud in the field. I think that makes such a difference to a game when they've had to come out and try and defend such a low total. They've still got that belief, and I think that really comes from captain in Holly Armitage.
Back on strike now, who drives that officially, but it's gone past the fielder. Cover only to be collected by fielder Muda for no run, and that's the end of the over. That's 12 overs completed until the Sparks are 50 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Terry Brewer, caught by Perrin and bowled by Woolston.
Indeed, the 50 up for Central Sparks, requiring a further 112 runs if they want to secure the win today. But they've got plenty of time and they have plenty of wickets left, something that Northern Diamonds did not have in their first innings.
We've got a change of bowler at the Cathedral end. Jessica Wilson's replaced by Katie Levick.
Yeah, Katie Levick, bit of a leg spin. A stalwart of the Yorkshire setup, and now this Northern Diamonds side took her 300th wicket last weekend, and was the leading wicket taker in the Charlotte Edwards Cup last year, the other competition in the regional system. She's absolutely excellent, and last week was fantastic for the Northern Diamonds, taking a 4 for 36 against Western Storm up at our home in Headingley.
She bowls to Jones, who bowls it, and there's a dive there at cover. Stop the ball, and there's no run. Katie Levick comes up, and Jones just stabs it, and again collected for the fielder for no run.
Katie Levick was entrusted in bowling the final over at Lords in the Rachel Hare-Flint final in September of 2022, leading her team to victory, which was very special for her.
Yeah, that must be a great feeling to get into the final at Lords and bowl the final over to take your team to victory. A lovely little leg side flick from Eve Jones. She runs and she's coming back for the second as a throw in, and she makes it. At one point I thought she was going to fall short with that second run, but that's great running from Eve Jones.
Just safely home. Yeah, you mentioned it was special, and I think for players like Levick who have been around for so long, it just adds to that occasion.
Eve Jones, another lovely drive, and it beats the fielder at long off, and it's running to the boundary, and it's collected there at deep long off. So the fielder comes round, and 1 run added to the score. Takes the Central Sparks score to 53. Brings back Abby Freeborn on strike.
Slight adjustment in the field.
Levick comes to bowl this one to Abby Freeborn, who tries it, but that's not fired on. So no run. And that's the end of the first over with Sparks playing on 53 with a loss of just 1 wicket. Eve Jones batting on 25 off 51 and Abby Freeborn batting on 5 off 17.
Yeah, tight over from Kate Levick there. Only conceded 3, and just putting that pressure on the Sparks. It's a very big ask for Northern Diamonds to come out here and defend 161, but they're doing everything right at the moment. I think they have conceded a few too many boundaries. However, there's time for them to get the wickets, and they've got the talent in their bowling attack to do that.
Fine, finally coming around, and they still manage to run through comfortably for 2.
It's good to see Eve Jones getting some runs again. She was in excellent form a couple of seasons ago, and there were kind of questions about could she get called up for England, especially as a left-handed batter. So it's good to see her in form again.
Yeah, she's very talented, and she's got a lot of hands behind her. And a couple of seasons ago, I do remember, she did get called up for the A team.
Yeah, the England A tour.
Abigail Perrin, nice second. Jones, who flicks it very finely. It's fantastic keeper. It's running down and collected by the keeper, and they got through for a single.
Yeah, you mentioned England Day. That's something really exciting about this summer. Alongside the Women's Ashes, there'll be an A tour. So Australia have announced, I think, 13 or 15 players that are going to come over and face an England A side of kind of the talent just below England, which some of these players will be in that team.
Yeah, that's great to see actually, to get more A tours, to get more under 19 because there are actually so many talented women's cricketers in England, and it's great to be able to give them all an opportunity.
Yeah, and I think the A tour is great for people around Eve's age actually, who are kind of the missed generation, who didn't get contracts when they were, early 20s.
Abigail, when she calls that to deep Australia for a single.
So as I say, it's a great opportunity for people of her age who are really talented, who perhaps have kind of gone unrecognised because, the county system wasn't the best setup, and they didn't have as many opportunities as they do now to be on this big stage. And if they perform well in the Rachel Hare-Flint, Charlotte Edwards Cup, or even the 100, those call-ups for England can happen.
Jones has a swing at that one. She cut it, but misses the bat and it's collected by the keeper. That is the end of the 14th over, and the Central Sparks are 3 along nicely at 57 for 1, chasing 161.
Yeah, quite close to Northern Diamonds' total at this point. The Diamonds were 66 for 1, so not too far away. Same amount of wickets still in hand.
Yeah, the Diamonds got really well with Lauren still defending as she left in a little pear-shaped.
Yeah, very good pun.
And yeah, they had a pace and couldn't manage to play their coach for 50 overs.
Yeah, and partnerships are essential. Eve Jones and Abby Leeborn currently have a partnership of 51, which they'll look to extend. And similarly, the Diamond had Lauren Winfield Hill and Stair Callis had a partnership of 50. So the teams are very, very similar at this stage. But if Sparks can continue this partnership, then that's what's going to set them apart from Diamond's innings.
Katie Levitt back into a big old free ball, who throws that straight back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, I think just cuts that beautifully off the back. It's running away, and it's a good diving cut there and deep long off. As they still get back to 2 runs.
Yeah, good running between the wickets. I think Northern Diamonds need a little bit more energy in the field. It has kind of dipped in noise.
Levitt back into free ball, who drives that cover of fielder for no run.
Levick has an interesting action. I think she said herself she looks a bit like a fucking blender. But her action clearly works because she is very economical.
Another single there added to the total. Sparks heading into now 60, 14.5 overs.
Well, Katie Levick better get accustomed to the Midlands, as she is coming to Birmingham Phoenix for the 100, picked up in the draft and will leave on Superchargers. So I think it's the first time she's played for a non-kind of Yorkshire-based side. So she'll become an honorary Brummie for 4 weeks in August.
She comes in Eve Jones, who beautifully dives that down to 1-1 for 1 run. That'll be good. It'll be interesting to watch her playing at edge batsman.
Yeah,
My home.
yeah, me too.
Yes.
So it's nice to have Katie on board, an honorary Brummie, saying goodbye to Leeds temporarily in that Headingley crowd.
She'll be with Jones.
Yes, she will be.
Birmingham Phoenix. But one good team Birmingham. Abigail Friedman just defends that. Georgie is very kindly giving me a cup of tea in the commentary room.
Not really nervous meeting other people's tea. Everyone likes it different.
I'm sure it tastes really good. We have completed 15 overs now, and the Devon Sparks are 61 for 1. You're listening to commentary of the Sparks versus Northern Diamonds. Northern Diamonds are the current champions of Rachel Silver Flint Trophy. They had a very good win last week against Western Storm. Central Sparks are looking to change their fortune today. They lost last week, but they're looking to win today. As Eve Jones is on strike, and she plays a beautiful drive which beats the fielder at mid-on, and they manage to get through for a single.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon slightly missed that one, but good backing up in the field and saved a couple of runs there.
Yeah, lovely timing on the ball when Eve Jones kicks it, it goes off the rocket. Abigail is then kicking the ball. Abby Friedman on strike, and she is back to her. No run.
Seems the Diamonds have perked up a bit louder in the field. Plenty of energy and support for Abby Glenn bowling.
Yeah, they need to create something, don't they? Because things are always going to just slowly get away from them. And Abigail then comes back into bowl for 3-1. Again, nice full stroke delivery, which she defends.
Well, it's a vital over for both sides. In this over, the Diamonds lost their second wicket, so Sparks will look to not lose a wicket and perhaps rack on the runs a little bit.
The Sparks looking quite comfortable now. Abigail 3-1. She drives off that and beats the fielder in the point region, and it's gone to the boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot that from Abigail 3-1.
Yeah, very well timed and exactly what the Sparks need. They need to kind of push on with their innings, not settle too much, and yeah, get more boundaries. And great from Abigail Freeborn.
Yeah, that takes Abigail Freeborn score to 20. She's faced 27 deliveries. She's got Captain Eve Jones on the other end, on 29 of 57. Abigail then comes back into bowl and she's driven that again, this time to cover, no run. And we're in the 16th over with Sparks at 56-1.
Jones and Freeborn have a partnership now of 60, which is ideal for the Sparks.
Slightly short, and Abigail Freeborn pulls that, and she pulls it beautifully, and it's gone through the fielder at deep square leg, in between her legs for 4 runs.
That is really unfortunate. That was not a great piece of fielding. Just all it needed was a little bit of a long barrier, going back to basics when you first learn how to play cricket. Yeah, when the ball was going quite fast, but yeah, you can't be giving away boundaries like that, especially when you've set such a low total.
Yeah, just the Wilson effort there, unfortunately. But beautifully picked up by Abigail Freeborn. Slightly beaten there from Abigail from this very cool shot. 2 boundaries coming at last over. Sparks on those 71 and 16 overs. Abigail Freeborn running along nicely at 24. Catching up there slowly, well, not slowly, but quickly with her Captain Jones, who's on 29. Great partnership with continues to bowl to Eve Jones, who defends it back to her for no run.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn's playing a great innings. I think Eve Jones has been a little bit slow, which isn't ideal, but Abby's really setting the tone.
Then good into the cover region, no run. Let it back into bowl to Eve Jones again in the back bottom, flips that nicely onto the leg side, and they get through for a single.
Those quick singles will make all the difference. Risking it at this stage, I think, is much better than kind of settling for the dot balls and allowing that pressure to build, which ultimately leads to wickets. So
71 now, so only another 100 needed. 91 needed, sorry, 161 we're chasing, so 91 to go. Abby Freeborn on strike, she just digs that out. No run. So Sparks will be very happy with the position they're in. They will be confident that they can get 91 runs, and they've still got 9 wickets in hand. We'll get into Freeborn, who has played that offishly, but it's gone past that good point, and they've managed to get through for 2 runs. I don't think she meant to hit it as fine as it went, so to speak, it was square, but no damage done.
yeah, I think she slightly mistimed that shot, but the spin kind of ricocheted it away from the fielder, so it was safe.
Freeborn again in the no run. is going to continue to bowl. So we've got a change in bowling. Lizzie Scott coming back onto bowl. She's bowled 4 over already. None for 12 and she's coming back on. I think the Diamonds know that they need to try their best to attack them for the wicket somehow. Eve Jones on strike and she plays a lovely drive onto the leg side, but manages to find the fielder. No run.
Yeah, Lizzie Scott's played really well this game. It feels like she's come into the game with quite a bit of confidence, which is really good, and she stayed very economical and is a real solid option for the Northern Diamonds, which is great because she's so young and has got so many years ahead to kind of master her skills, but she's really performing already.
Eve Jones just fixing her gloves. And Lizzie Scott running back into bowl, and again it's flicked nicely into the leg side. Fine leg running around to get the ball. It's quick running from Eve Jones. In fact, it was brilliant running, and she gets through for 2.
Yeah, speedy running between the wickets is essential. I think so to speak, another sport, the ball is very much in Sparks' court right now. So I think they are on for the win, but of course they do need to stick it out for a couple more runs.
Eve Jones again playing a lovely shot into the leg side. Square leg, but that is the boundary and restricted into the single. Very good on the leg side, Eve Jones, isn't she?
Yeah, and I think it's great for Sparks having a right-hand, left-hand partnership at the moment out there. Makes it a bit more difficult for the bowlers, the fielders. They have to quickly adapt. So if they can get those singles, then actually that really makes it a challenging over for the Diamonds.
She cuts that to goes well repetition, but it's gone down intercepted by the third fielder for 1 run. Abby 3 balls move on to 28. And Eve Jones is now on 32.
Lizzie Scott's just having a chat with the captain.
Eve Jones on strike. Left-hander. To Lizzie Scott. And she tried that straight. Scorecard in the distance seems to be a little bit nice with the batters on strike.
Eve Jones currently facing.
Yep. Left-handed Eve Jones on strike. Lizzie Scott runs back into ball and she's played an excellent drive, but it's gone very far. No run to finish that over. We have now completed 17. We now completed 18 overs actually. We have gone on 76 for 1.
Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn now have a partnership of 70, and the Sparks require 86 runs from the remaining overs.
Katie Levick coming into Abigail Freeborn, who plays it onto the leg side, and they've run through for a single. The score now moving on to 78, and we're in the 19th over.
The Northern Diamonds with plenty of work to do.
Nice shot there from Eve Jones. That's taken her score to 34.
Manages to get a quick single off the bowling of Katie Levick.
Abigail Freeborn on strike again, who goes on the back foot and plays a lovely cut shot straight to backward of point. Deep point region for 1 run. Looking very comfortable now, these two out there.
Yeah, definitely. They've really settled and they're just kind of, the runs are flowing now, which is exactly what they would have wanted.
Levick into Eve Jones, who dabs at that, but straight to the point region for no run. Sparks on 80 for 1, chasing 161. Levick into Eve Jones, who drives that gloriously, and it's running away, but the fielder at deep cover manages to stop the boundary.
And this is a huge opportunity for the Sparks to get a win over the reigning champions so early on in the season is fantastic, and teams will start to fear the Sparks if they can beat the Diamonds.
Cut shot from Abigail Freeborn, but straight to point. And that's the end of the 19th over. The score is 81 for 1. Central Sparks chasing 161. Got Eve Jones captain, batting alongside Abby Freeborn. Both doing very well, and they've got a good partnership here after losing a quick wicket at just 6 runs. Eve Jones 35 and Abby Freeborn on 29. Got Lizzie Scott, who'll resume the bowling, and Eve Jones is on strike. She runs in to Eve Jones, who tries to pull that, but has kind of got a top edge, and it's gone through to the boundary for 4 runs. That's added 4 more to Eve Jones' score. Sparks looking very comfortable now.
Yeah, Sparks are kind of just putting their foot on the gas a bit and really accelerating here. Eve Jones looking in fine form, kind of making up for the amount of dot balls she hung around for at the start.
Lizzie Scott back into Eve Jones, and again she played it fine, but this time the fine leg fielder runs around and manages to keep it to just 1 run.
Lots of encouragement in the field for Lizzie Scott from her teammates, which is great to see. Score 86 for 1.
Abigail Freeborn on strike now. She goes on the back foot and cuts that beautifully, but it's gone straight to the fielder at the deep point boundary. Managed to get through for 1 run. Hearing a lot more noise now. Northern Diamonds trying their very best to get some breakthrough here. Otherwise, Central Sparks are coasting at the moment and should comfortably win. Eve Jones back on strike. She defends that back, and it's collected by the bowler Lizzie Scott.
Yeah, certainly. Lizzie's had quite a difficult over here, but she'll want a couple of dot balls and just kind of calm it down. She had a great couple of first overs, but it's slightly slipping away from us, just keeping that line in length consistent.
Eve Jones again tries to swing at that, and it's gone down fine again for another boundary. She's playing this shot very well now, just pulling the ball, finding the length, only slightly short from Lizzie Scott, but Eve Jones middling it beautifully and running away to the leg side boundary.
I'm quite surprised Diamonds haven't adjusted the field and sent someone down there, because there's a second time Eve Jones has played that shot, and so just keeping that area covered is probably a good idea, especially if Scott's feeling the pressure and is making similar mistakes. You need to kind of back that up in the field.
Yeah, they have. I think they have just adjusted that field and brought the field is slightly finer now as Eve is back on strike. And this time she plays it straight to mid-wicket for no run, and that completes the 20th over with Central Sparks 91 for 1, chasing 161. We've got Eve Jones playing a great knock out there on 43, and Abigail Freeborn playing a very good knock as well on 30, off just 37 deliveries. And Central Sparks at this time are coasting along. I'm now going to leave the commentary box and make way to the lovely George Heath, who will continue with Polly starting.
Yeah, the Central Sparks in prime position for their first win of the season. 91 for 1. At this stage, the Northern Diamonds were 94 for 3. As Katie Levick's in, and that will be no run. And Levick's in again. This time they'll go through for a quick single. And it will find the fielder. Levick into Jones. Just plays that back to Levick, and there will be no run. Score stays 92 for 1. Levick again. This time, it's a horrible misfield, and it will reach the boundary. Has it quite reached? The batters kept running, and has the umpire signalled a boundary?
I don't think so, but there is a little discussion going on. But I think actually it's a really good bit of recovery work out in the deep after that misfield, as Levick's in, and it's full and driven back towards her by Eve Jones, and they scamper through for 1. Well, Katie Levick picked up her 300th wicket just last week, and actually right now the Diamonds could do with her picking up not necessarily 300, but they need a wicket. They've got to break this partnership, as she's in, and that's full, and it's defended long stride forward from Abby Freeborn, and the score is 95 for 1 at the end of 21 overs. Eve Jones 46 of 76, and Abby Freeborn 31 off 40. So 95 for 1, and they need just 162 to win, Polly. Obviously, we know who's in the driving seat, but what would you be saying if you're out there as a Diamond?
I think they're bringing Chloe Tryon on now. She's got plenty of experience. She understands how to play under pressure. I think keeping energy in the field is vital. Making sure that line and length is really, really tight, and just not allowing the Central Sparks to get those boundaries. There's been some poor fielding, which has caused some of those boundaries.
And Tryon in, left arm over, and that's defended back, and Abby Freeborn sets off for the single. She has to get back quickly. It was Holly Armitage with the throw, but she was back in time. She was sent back quickly by Eve Jones, who was already standing, leaning on her bat. And there was no run. Score 96 for 1. As Tryon is in, and that's cut away by Jones to backward point. No run. Score remains 95 for 1. I like this, bringing on Chloe Tryon. Bit of spin. Got to break this partnership somehow. It's left hand to left hand, and that's driven by Jones, who looks to set off for the single and is sent back by Freeborn. Again, no run. Score remains 95 for 1.
This is exactly what the Diamonds would have wanted. Tryon's in, and that's clipped into the offside, and they'll sneak through for a quick single.
it's nice to be able to have the likes of Chloe Tryon to turn to. She won't feel the pressure so much in these situations as well. She's got that international sort of prowess to her game. And, you know, when you've got a bit of something about you as well, just sort of worry the batters a little bit. If your name can precede you, that's great. She's going left arm round to Abby Freeborn, who drives back, and it's fielded by Holly Armitage in the covers. It's tidy over this from Tryon. Round the wicket again and played off the back foot into the covers by Abby Freeborn. And there's no run. And at the end of 22 overs, the Sparks 96 for 1.
Only 1 run from that over. Chloe Tryon keeping it very, very tight for the Northern Diamonds. At this point, the Diamonds were 103 for 3, so only a few runs ahead, but of course they had lost 2 more wickets, something Sparks have not. They have a partnership of 90 at the moment between Jones and Freeborn. As Levick's in and back behind the bowler, and they'll get 1 run.
Yeah, spin from both ends at the moment. This is where the Diamonds are looking to try and make that breakthrough. They couldn't do it with pace like the Sparks did early on. Obviously, we mentioned they were 3 wickets down at this point, but then they lost wickets. They lost a cluster of wickets, and they lost them quickly as that's worked into the leg side for no run by Abby Freeborn. At this point, these two don't need to get too stressed. They're well up with the rate. They've got plenty of wickets in hand, plenty of overs in hand as Levick's in, and that's full and dug out by Freeborn, driven back straight up the wicket. Picked up by her captain, Eve Jones, who flicks it to Katie Levick. And it's full again, and she uses her feet, gives herself some width and works it into the cover region for 1 run. Score moves on to 98 for 1. Eve Jones approaching her half century. 48 off 81 at the moment. And she drives back up to mid-on along the ground, and there's no run. Sparks 98 for 1. Bit of blue sky over in the distance, sort of Simpsons clouds to my right. And that's worked down to third. Down to fine leg, apologies, by Eve Jones. And that's the end of the over. So at the end of 23, the Sparks are 98 for 1. Eve Jones 48 off 83. Abby Freeborn 32 from 45.
The Northern Diamonds keeping it tight once again. Only 2 runs from that over. Exactly what the Diamonds need. Chloe Tryon is coming back onto bowl, who only conceded 1 run from her first over.
Left on Tryon in. She bowls round the wicket. There's an appeal. Lauren Winfield-Hill likes it, perhaps sliding down. But she's making things happen here, Chloe Tryon. She's got the squeeze on. She's pulled back the run scoring. Just 1 off the first over. And then that appeal. She's in. She bowls to Abby Freeborn, who plays off the back foot into the covers. And they run through for 1. Score moves on to 99 for 1.
We saw last week how much Sparks struggle against the spin. And again, this is happening with the Northern Diamonds really suffocating them with the spin. Tryon is in, and that is a hit to the fielder, and there'll be no run.
Left arm's Tryon in, left arm over to left-handed Eve Jones, who edges it down to third, and they run through for 1, and she moves on to 49. Sparks bring up their 100. So Sparks 100 for 1 after 23.4 overs. As Tryon is in, left arm round the wicket, and that's swept down behind square leg. who does her best to run round, and she cuts off the boundary, and they get back for 2. So that adds another 2 to the Sparks total, which ticks along to 102 for 1. Abby Freeborn moves to 35.
Again, a little bit more pressure from the Diamonds, but Sparks seem to be sailing along very nicely. As Tryon is in, left arm, and that's played off the back foot by Freeborn, and they managed to get through for a quick single. The score moving to 102 for 1, and that is the end of 103 for 1. Apologies, and that is the end of the over.
So 24 overs gone. They stuck 26 in hand, and all they need to score, if I can do some quick maths, is 59. Polly Starkey didn't trust my maths and felt the need to hold up fingers to, excuse me, I might be old, but I can still remember maths. I'm just thankful that I'm not at school at the time of Rishi Sunak and he's going to make me do 2 extra years of it. But I can do 103 taken away from 162. So they need 59 to win this game. Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn going along nicely out there. Freeborn facing up to Levick, and she cuts that into the deep cover area, and they get through for 1. The score moves on to 104 for 1, and Eve Jones will be on strike. She's currently 49 off 85, facing the Yorkshire frog in a blender, Katie Levick, right arm over, and Jones works that back. Couldn't have been straighter, and they're actually appealing the Northern Diamonds. And it's the wicket. I think Levick has got a finger on that as it was driven back to her by Eve Jones, and Abby Freeborn was out of her crease, and she's been run out at the non-striker's end. Quick work by Katie Levick to get her hand to it. And Abby Freeborn, she has to go for 37. That is the breakthrough the Diamonds needed. It's come in a somewhat non-conventional manner, but they will take wickets however they come. Freeborn, she goes for 37 off 50, and the Sparks are 104 for 2.
Yeah, that was really lucky for the Northern Diamonds. It seems that Levick got her finger on it, and just clattered the stumps in, and Freeborn was ready to run. So Diamonds will really take that, losing a wicket, with Jones and Freeborn only 2 runs away from 100 partnerships. So really disappointing for the Sparks, but 16-year-old Davina Perrin is coming in and will want to get the Central Sparks over the line in their second game of the season.
Well, they needed a wicket, and it's come in the strangest of manners, but they will take it. Abby Freeborn, she can't be too disappointed by that. Not really any fault of her own. It was just unlucky, and really good work there by Katie Levick. But it is still Eve Jones who will be on strike. She's 49 from 86, and the captain is joined by the youngster, Davina Perrin, who was obviously part of that Under-19 World Cup squad earlier in the year. Still keeps that left-hand, right-hand combination, which I think some of the Diamonds bowlers have struggled with today. And Eve Jones, this has been a captain's knock so far. They need just 58 to win on a glorious day here at New Road in Worcester.
Indeed, 58 runs to win and plenty of time to do it. We've got 26 overs remaining and tons of wickets in hand. So they'll look to just build another nice steady partnership here, and I'm sure they'll want to stay out there and get over the line together. The Northern Diamonds will have to do something quite special to secure this win. Perhaps more spin again from Levick and Tryon, who have really made the difference. Pace has been a little bit expensive so far, but it is all to play for in this game. players just having a little bit of a drinks break since it is very close to the halfway mark.
And just quickly, while we have a moment, we'll get you up to date on what's going on in the games around the country. So Thunder, they scored 214. Western Storm in the chase are 86 for 2 after 19 overs. The Sunrisers, they managed only 159. Well, Blaze are chasing this down. They're 101 for 5 at the moment. We're inside the 20th over. And the Southern Vipers are taking on the Southeast Stars. The Southern Vipers managed 287 for 6. And the Southeast Stars, they're struggling. They are 55 for 4 in the 12th over as Levick is into the left-handed Eve Jones, who works that into the leg side. But there is no run. The score remains 104 for 2. So it looks like the Sunrisers have struggled today after that big win last week as Levick is in and it's full and defended back to the bowler by left-handed Eve Jones. And there are 2 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side. And Jones finds the edge and still can't get that evasive 1 run to clock up the half century. It's another dot ball. Score still 104 for 2. She's got the youngster Davina Perrin at the non-striker's end as Levick is in, right arm over, and there is no run again. And that ends Levick's over. So halfway through the chase, 25 overs gone, 25 overs left. The Sparks are 104 for 2. Eve Jones, 49 of 90. And Davina Perrin yet to face a ball. She is 0 from 0.
58 runs to win. Only 1 run scored in that most recent over. At the halfway stage, the Northern Diamonds were 125 for 4. 2 more wickets down than the Sparks are currently.
And we've got to remember also they lost sort of flurry of wickets, the Diamonds, and they just couldn't get the ball away. So the Sparks will feel very confident at the moment. They're definitely in the driving seat here. There's just a slight pause in play as the left-armed Chloe Tryon goes round the wicket to Davina Perrin. It's played uppishly to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Score remains 104 for 2 as Tryon is in. She bowls full, defended by Perrin, who gets a good forward stride to the pitch of the ball. Quick getting through her overs. Chloe Tryon, left arm round. Played off the back foot by Perrin. It's a lovely drive through the covers. The fielder gives chase, and I think she's just made it. And they come back for 2, and she gets a round of applause from the crowd down at the deep extra cover boundary. Saved her team 2 runs as Tryon is in again. Left arm round. Defended by Perrin. Tryon's in. Perrin again defending back to the bowler, who flicks it up football style into her hand. I saw her the football earlier. She's got some skills, Chloe Tryon. And that's well defended again by Davina Perrin, yet to get off the mark. Apologies, hit that 2 a minute ago. Sparks 106 for 2. Eve Jones will be facing. She's 49 off 90, and Davina Perrin 2 from 6 at the end of 26 over. Need 162 to win the Sparks here and clock their first win of the 2023 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy here at New Road, Worcester.
Things have quietened down a little bit. Play is a little bit slower in terms of scoring runs. And a change of bowler. Abby Glenn will be bowling, bringing back some pace instead of the spin. An opportunity for Sparks to get some runs as they did when the seamers were on. Eve Jones just marking her guard out.
Well, Abingdon's gone for 20 off her 4 overs so far. Eve Jones facing on 49, and she works that up to mid-on, and there is no run, fielded by Chloe Tryon, who flicks the ball back to young Abby Glenn, who turns at the top of her mark as a seagull flies over her head. And there's a very muted appeal just from Lauren Winfield Hill. And it's a signal of leg by, so it's still not Eve Jones's half century, although they do clock the run. Sparks move on to 107 for 2 in the 27th over. And now young Davina Perrin will be facing the pace of Abby Glenn.
Abby Glenn, again, very economical, and will look to continue that.
She's in, right arm over, full, lovely looking drive from Davina Perrin, but straight to Chloe Tryon at cover. A really nice looking cover drive, Davina Perrin. We talk about the likes of Laura Woolvar, that cover drive. That's the kind of thing you want to emulate always and hold that pose at the end. This goes in, and that's played off the back foot by Perrin. 2 extra cover. And the sun's out, so we're all happy.
Yeah, the sun is shining. We've got Phoebe Turner near us, who I've got an interesting story about her after this ball.
This Glenn is in, and that's played into the leg side by Davina Perrin, who sets off at quite some pace. She's wheels.
Yeah, very, very speedy between the wickets. Phoebe Turner, the score is 108 for 2, and so Phoebe Turner didn't come from a cricketing family, none of her family played cricket, but she's found an amazing role model in Lauren Winfield Hill, who's now her teammate. Met her when she received a Batch of the Year award in the York age group, and since then has been really good friends with Lauren.
Eve Jones facing up, and she works that into the leg side, and that will be Eve Jones's half century. The captain moves on to 50 of 93 deliveries. She's been there since the beginning. It's been a captain's knock from the Sparks skipper, Eve Jones. It's a muted celebration, just a fist pump out in the middle, but what an innings it's been from her. She brings up her 50 in a muted manner, and the Sparks move on to 109 for 2, and they are well in this chase.
Yes, 50 for Eve Jones, leading from front. Bit of a slow 50, but nevertheless it is a half century, and it could be a winning half century for the Central Sparks.
This trial is in, and Jones looks to cut it away and misses. It's taken by Winfield Hill, who always looks to threaten the stumps. You take a single step out of that crease. Tryon left arm over. Eve Jones goes to swing. She misses it, and it hits Winfield Hill in the pad. As Tryon turns at the top of her very short 4-stepped run out, and it's driven back past the bowler to mid-on, and they run through for the 1. So the score moves on to 110 for 2. Remember, all they need is 162 to clock the win today, Sparks. This Tryon's in, left arm round, and that's given quite some welly off the back foot through the covers by Davina Perrin. A lovely looking shot.
Yeah, Davina Perrin, no respect for Chloe Tryon. Smashing that ball, extremely powerful shot, and really capitalising off anything she can at the crease.
Try on in, left arm round, and that's defended by Perrin, who holds the pose. There's another dot ball, 114 for 2. The Sparks. Try on in, left arm round. Again, work towards cover by Perrin, no run. Fielded by Captain Holly Armitage, and that is the end of the 28th over. Sparks 114 for 2.
At this stage, the Diamonds were 6 wickets down, so the Sparks are in a far better position with only 2 wickets being lost. That was the wicket of Chloe Brewer very early on, and then Abby Freeborn was run out just 2 runs away from a 100 partnership with Eve Jones at the crease now. Eve Jones and the young Davina Perrin looking to get their team over the line with 48 runs to win.
That's played nicely into the leg side by the left-handed Eve Jones. And they pick up 1 run. Sparks move on to 115 for 2. Jones moves on to 52 off 97. It starts to feel like a very long day in the field as a diamond. It's not making those breakthroughs. You know you've got a small total. The right arm over, and that's full and straight. And defended by Perrin, who rehearses the shot. And Glenn is in again. And that's given quite some welly back past the bowler along the ground, but picked up by mid-on. And again, there is no run. Score remains 115 for 2. In comes Glenn, she kicks up her heels. And it's full, and Perrin looks to drive. She misses, and she tucks her bat under her arm as if she's going to walk off with a suitcase.
Yeah, she's quite small, but she's got so much power. And we've seen some great shots from her so far in her innings.
In comes Glenn, and that's slower ball at the back of the hand, sort of. And not quite read by Perrin. Can't get it away, and it's again a dot ball. Score still 115 for 2.
Yeah, the pressure's building, and again, I don't think this is too much of a concern for Sparks. You know, they've got so many wickets in hand, but you know, it just take them longer than they expect to get over the line.
The noise it makes off Davina Perrin's bat as she slashes it along the ground to extra cover, but closes out the over with a dot. So at the end of 29, Sparks 115 for 2.
And 15 to 2, 47 to win. At this stage, Northern Diamonds were 126 6. So, as I mentioned before, Sparks in a better position with a great partnership going on, building between Eve Jones and Davina Perrin.
Tryon is in, left arm over the wicket, defended by the left-handed Eve Jones. And there is no run. Tryon in again, skips, and Jones looks to swing, but can only hit it along the ground up to mid-on, and they jog / walk through for 1, and that takes this score up to 116 2. So they need just 50 now as Tryon is in. That's defended by Perrin. Round the wicket comes Tryon. And again worked along the ground up to mid-on by Davina Perrin. Really, really tidy this from Chloe Tryon, building the pressure, building the dots. She's in, and Perrin looks to release the pressure off the back foot. She has to scamper through quickly, and she is very quick out of the blocks. And the fielder at mid-on misses the stumps, but perhaps a direct hit, and Perrin would have been gone, but she is very speedy along the ground. And they pick up one, and the Sparks move to 117 for 2. Tryon's in, and Jones looks to cut that away and misses. And it's signalled wide. So at the end of 30 overs, Sparks are 117 for 2. Eve Jones 53 off 100 balls, and young Davina Perrin 8 off 20.
Well, I've just noticed the DLS score, and isn't it nice just to not have to think about the rain and all the potential outcomes, and just sit back and watch the cricket in the sun rather than trying to calculate complicated maths.
I'm good at maths though, remember? I can add 50 to 102 or whatever it was. Well, thank you, Polly Starkey. She's going to slide probably more gracefully than I did out of the chair next to me as Samara comes back to join in her Birmingham Phoenix stash today. And Holly Armitage is bringing herself on to bowl, the captain of the Diamonds. So we're going to stick with spin. And she's in, and it's full, and Perrin takes a big stride to meet it on the full, and it can only drive it back along the ground to the bowler, and there is no run. Score made 117 for 2. She's in and full, and there's an appeal. She's hit her leg on the full. She's down on her knee, but the umpire is unmoved. Sort of semi-appeal from the Diamonds, more pleading. But the leggies of Holly Armitage making things happen. And again, Perrin gets a big stride out towards the pitch of the ball, and it's fielded by Armitage off her own bowling. Another dot to the card. Sparks 117 for 2. Well, Perrin shuffles down the field. She meets it on the full, drives up, back past the bowler, and it's misfielded by the fielder at mid-on, but they only take 1, so the score moves on to 118 for 2.
Yeah, Central Sparks cruising along here now, aren't they? They've only got another 44 runs to get. They've got wickets in hand and plenty of overs as well. 20 overs still to go.
Armitage is in, right arm over, and Jones plays that off the back foot down to fine leg, and there is no run. On a glorious afternoon here in a beautiful part of the country, you're watching the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. As Eve Jones gives it some welly back past the bowler, but can only pick out the fielder at mid-on, who stops with ease. And that is the end of 31 overs. Sparks 118 for 2.
So Sparks 118 for 2. Amy Jones. I think Amy Jones not available for Central Sparks yet. I don't know if she'll end up playing any of the games. Probably not with the England schedule. But yes, Eve Jones 53 off 102 balls. I think probably was the longest 49 I've seen. That felt like forever. Tryon in, and that's a great shot by Davina Perrin. She hits it straight past mid-on. It's fielded there at the boundary. They managed to get through for 2. The intent now in both of these can be seen. They want to finish this as quickly as possible. As Chloe Tryon comes back in, Davina Perrin, this one just nudges it to the mid-on region for no run. Score going to 120 for 2 at 42 runs needed. Chloe trying in again. Hit hard, but straight to the fielder at mid-on for no run. Davina Perrin still on strike, goes on the back foot and tries to cut that, but not getting the middle of the bat, and it's collected by the backward point fielder for no run. Davina's faced 28 deliveries so far for her 11 as she faces Tryon again and plays it down to leg side and running hard for 2 runs. Yeah, very quick between the wickets. I guess that's the advantages of being 16 years old.
Oh, to be 16. Oh, to be speedy. Oh, to be any of those things. I'll take one of them. Not. I don't even need both. I'm more of an upbreaker boat by the time I get going.
Tryon back into Davina Perrin, who goes on the back foot and plays a lovely shot straight. It kind of stops there in the as it hits the ground, and they get through for a single. Not the quickest of outfields. But yeah, I would have imagined you're quite quick with your long legs.
I can do distance. The problem I have is getting going. So we do the 100 metres. By the time I got to the end of it, that speed. But give me a long run, and I'm much happier. When it's like 1500 and people at school would growl, I'd be like, this is me. I can do this. But we're doing 100, 200. And I was actually never very good at the hurdles, even though I could basically step over them. And high jump. Terrible. I used to throw the javelin instead. So you get the whole day off school to go to an athletics meeting, and I'd throw javelin, 6 times, and then I'd have the whole day off. It's great. It's like a tanning day.
That sounds fab. I'd happily throw the javelin 6 times to get the day off. A lovely pull shot by Davina Perrin, and it's running away to the boundary, and it gets to the backward square leg boundary. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs added to Davina Perrin's total, and takes the Central Sparks total to 127 now. Harley Armitage, skipper, continuing to bowl. She's bowling from the Cathedral end and into her second over. Davina Perrin plays a beautiful drive, but goes straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run. Sparks only needing 35 more now for victory. It's been a very composed batting display from them. Davina Perrin goes on the back foot and cuts that beautifully, and she manages to get in between the fielder there at mid-on and covers, and she collects another single. Brings captain Eve Jones back on strike. Harley Armitage just adjusting the field there for Eve Jones, the left-hander. She comes into bowl. Eve Jones comes out of a crease and she hits that hard, but it's gone straight to the fielder at mid-off, but they managed to scamper through for 1 run. Now Davina Perrin back on strike. They seem to want to finish quite quickly. Central Sparks batters. They're playing quite a few aggressive shots now in the last few overs we've seen, as the skipper bowls to Davina Perrin, who lets that go through to the keeper just outside off stump over the top of the bails. On the back foot again, Davina Perrin plays a lovely cut shot to the deep point region for 1 run, bringing Eve Jones back on strike, and that's the end of the over. So there's 17 overs left now, and Sparks just need the 32 runs.
And these two look like they're trying to sort of accelerate and get it done a bit more quickly. They don't want any more of this nudging, nurdling, looking, prodding going on. They're taking on the spin. Davina Perrin, she's playing like you would imagine a 16-year-old. No fear. Got none of that, baggage that you might have at 26, as Tryon is in left arm round, and Perrin drives back up to her on the bounce. One of those perhaps someone in the crowd whose eyes might need testing would have thought was a catch. And Tryon is back in, left arm round to Perrin, who plays off the back foot. Again, back to Tryon. It's been really impressive here, Chloe Tryon. Economical. Getting the squeeze on. Again, off the back foot from Perrin. And you think perhaps if they had maybe 40 more to defend, you would have thought the Diamonds could have been in this. They've got the squeeze, and these two have only really got accelerating because they have the freedom to play with that at the moment. As Perrin looks to try and work that into the leg side, but can't get it through at the moment. And the score remains 130 for 2. Tryon left arm round, defended on the back foot by Perrin. And Tryon fields off her own bowling. Seems a long time ago we heard those bells in the cathedral this morning. As Tryon is in, and that's cut away over cover. And it will be picked up by the fielder out there. Made a wonderful noise off the bat, but it will just be one. And so the score moves on to 131 for 2. Eve Jones, 54 of 103, and Perrin, 21 from 41.
Yeah, just another 31 runs now to get for Central Sparks. And yeah, it's interesting what you said, because they're not going at a super quick rate here, around 4 and over. So had Northern Diamonds got another 40 to 50 runs, I think it could have been a much closer contest, as the skipper Holly Armitage continues. Davina Perrin on strike, who drives it but straight to cover for no run. It's 131 for 2. Davina Perrin comes out of a crease and she drives it, but well fielded off her own bowling. Holly Armitage prevents any run being taken. Davina Perrin, she cuts that. It goes uppishly, and it's collected there at the fielder down the offside boundary for 1 run, bringing Eve Jones back on strike. Eve Jones has played a brilliant innings so far. She's at going up 54 off 103 balls. She comes out of a crease and plays it straight. She's played it really well, and it's gone straight past the mid-off fielder for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, well timed from Eve Jones. The intent visible now as she wants to finish this game as quick as possible. Only 26 more runs now to get for Central Sparks. Holly Armitage coming back into bowl to Eve Jones, who again gets out the crease and again plays it straight, and it's gone past the bowler for 4 runs. Another great shot.
Well, I think someone has told Eve Jones that her tea is getting cold, and so she's decided she wants to get this done quickly. She's dealing only in boundaries. Straight as an arrow, that one. Copy and paste of the ball before. It's back-to-back 4s for the Sparks captain.
As Holly Armitage comes back in, and again she's come out of a crease, but this time only manages to hit it straight to cover, and no run taken. The intent is there. All 3 of those last 3, she came out of her crease to hit the ball as hard as she could, and that completes the 35th over. 15 overs to go and 22 more to get.
Yeah, just 22 needed. They've got 15 overs in hand. This is very much in the Sparks' favour. If we had such a thing as the win predictor, I think it'd be pretty obvious where it was swaying. Unless a sort of plague of locusts falls on New Road, I'm pretty sure this is in Sparks' hands. But weirder things have happened as Tryon is in left arm round, and that's full and hit uppishly by Davina Perrin. Back past the bowler for no run. Still score remains at 140 for 2. As Tryon is in again, and that's played off the back foot up past the bowler, who looked like she might have got a hand on it. It will race away to the mid-off boundary, and that is 4 to Davina Perrin and 4 to the Sparks, and they are getting ever closer to their first victory of their campaign for 2020 Rachel Hay Flint Trophy. They are 144 for 2, need just 18 to win now. And Tryon, she skips in, and Perrin hits it back to the bowler, who sort of threatens to throw it back at the stumps. Tryon in, and that's shorter, played off the back foot into the covers by Perrin, and it's beaten the fielder, and it's rolled away to the boundary, and that is another 4 off the bat of Davina Perrin. She's not hanging around now. Sparks move on to 148 for 2. Davina Perrin up to 30 off just 48 deliveries. And Tryon is fuller. Good recoveries, just defended back to the bowler by Perrin. And Tryon has been so economical, hit to back-to-back boundaries in this over. And Perrin works it again into the covers, straight to the fielder. And that closes out the 36th over. Sparks need just 14 runs to win. They're 148 for 2.
Yeah, just 14 runs to go. Good over that for Central Sparks and Davina Perrin, who's played a lovely little knock here, where 30 off 50, and it's good for her to play with Eve Jones, get some experience from the skipper. Eve Jones has played a lovely anchoring role. She's on 62 now. The skipper for Northern Diamonds, Holly Armitage, will continue to bowl from this cathedral end. Eve Jones on strike as she goes on the back foot and just plays that onto the leg side for a quick single. Davina Perrin back on strike, only 13 more runs to get. This will be Central Sparks' first victory in the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy this season. Armitage in, Davina Perrin, and she's stumped. She came out of a crease but missed the ball, and a beautiful stumping there from the keeper, and Davina Perrin has to go, unfortunately, on 13, but nonetheless a very good knock from her.
Yeah, mature innings from the 16-year-old. She goes for 30 off 50. Some fantastic boundaries. Lovely looking shots in there. She can't be disappointed with that one. It was really quick glove work by Winfield Hill. You wouldn't expect anything less of her, but that is perhaps some kind of sparkle at the end of this Diamonds defence. But that does see the end of Davina Perrin. She walks off. She goes for 30. Eve Jones is still out in the middle. And there's a loud round of applause for Davina Perrin. Punches gloved with Amy Campbell, who strides out to the middle with just 13 runs needed for Sparks to win this. I promised Amy Campbell I'd be her lucky charm today. So perhaps she'll be out there to win the winning runs, and she owes me a beer.
Yes, I hope so. It's always a tricky period as a batter when you know you're going in and there's only about 13 runs to win, because you're like, do I play conservatively? Do I play my natural game? And Amy Campbell, as we know, is a big hitter. She has got lots of shots in her repertoire, so she can she can finish it off quite quickly if she wants. She's joining her skipper Eve Jones, who's been there from the beginning, batting on 63. You have said stranger things can happen, but let's see if that one wicket can now bring another few.
Another 6, 7.
Another 7. Amy Campbell just taking her strike there. She's, I think, looking for her middle stump as her guard. Just marking out her guard. And Holly Armitage is going to resume bowling in this 37th over. And Amy defends that nicely back to Holly. Nice attempt to pull that ball there. It's slightly short, but didn't manage to get it very far. No runs scored. Holly Armitage back into bowl to Amy Campbell, goes on the back foot and plays a nice shot, and she's managed to get it through past cover, and it's running away towards the boundary. It's picked up there at the deep cover boundary. And Amy's managed to get off the mark and get 2 runs. Now only 11 more to get to win this game.
You can see down to our right, Sparks photographer Laura Malkin striding out, ready for the moment, and that is hit up in the air by Amy Campbell. And 2 bounces, and they scamper through for 1. And the score moves on to 152 for 3, so they need just 10 runs to win now, the Central Sparks, and to clock their first win and get their 2023 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy campaign underway. And what a start that would be to take down the defending champions in a pretty emphatic manner. Diamonds won their game last week when Sparks were beaten, so it's all very unpredictable in this year's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy at the moment, and that's what we like to see. You never like one runaway winner from the very beginning, unless it's your team, I guess. But the real winner is cricket, as we know, always. As try-on is in, and that's played off the back foot by the left-handed Eve Jones, and there is no run. Score still 152 for 3. Left arm over Chloe Tryon, and Eve Jones uses her feet, and she's sliced it somewhat over cover, and the fielder comes in off the boundary and picks up, and they pick up a run. Score moves on to 153 as Tryon is in, and Eve Jones lets that go past. Tryon in, and flighted delivery just prodded into the leg side by Eve Jones. Again, no run. Score remains 153 for 3. Worked off the hip by Eve Jones. Good running. Very quick. Could have been a chance of a run out. And there's a misfield. The backup wasn't quite there. And they scamper through for a second.
Yeah, overthrows. First time we've seen in the game. They 7 now to winners at Chloe Tryon comes, and that's a big heave, and it's got the edge, and it's running away to the 3rd boundary, and it's chased, and they run through for 2 runs. And just 5 more runs needed now for Central Sparks to win this game. We've had 38 overs. There's 12 overs left. So the number of deliveries isn't an issue. There's plenty of balls to go. It's been a good, solid chase this from Central Sparks. They've redeemed themselves from their game last week against the Blaze, where they struggled to chase 213. Holly Armitage is going to continue to bowl, and she's into her 5th over now. Amy Campbell is on strike, and she pulls that, and it goes through the legs of the fielder at mid-off, and it's running away to the boundary, but she's managed to pull it back, and they get through for 2. 3 more now needed to win for Central Sparks. Armitage back into Amy Campbell, comes out the crease and she hits that in the air, and it's gone past the fielder this time at mid-on, and is running away towards the boundary. Again, just stopped within centimetres of that long on boundary, and they've got through and they've completed the 3 runs, and that takes Central Sparks to victory. It's their first victory of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. It's been a brilliant performance all round from them, both with the bat and the ball and in the field. Northern Diamonds will be very disappointed with this, particularly after their emphatic win last week, but unfortunately they just couldn't get the runs today with the bat and only managed 161 runs.
Well, they did the job with the ball earlier, the Central Sparks, restricting the defending champions to just 161 in less than 37 overs. It was Georgia Davis who was the pick of the bowlers. She picked up 4 for 19 from her 7.3 overs. 2 wickets apiece for Hannah Baker, Katie George and Izzy Wong. They were stunning in the field today, the Sparks, in every way, the bowling, the fielding. It was just a really tidy performance. And then they came out, the Diamonds knew they needed to take early wickets. They picked up the early wicket of Chloe Brewer, but a captain's knock from Eve Jones, who finishes 67 not out. There's a red inker for her off 111 balls, including 8 fours, and it was a fantastic effort as well from Abby Freeborn. She was run out at the non-strikers in a very strange fashion. She was unlucky, 37 off 50, and Davina Perrin, she showed maturity and class with the bat, her 30 off 51. A wicket each for Woolston and Armitage, and then obviously Katie Levitt getting the hand to that run out at the non-strikers end. But a sparkling day for the Sparks here in the sunshine at New Road, Worcester. They have clocked their first win of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy 2023, and they have beaten the defending champions, the Northern Diamonds. They've not just beaten them, it's